evening, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
I'm having video issues, which I've never had before. Maybe audio only for a time here.
Good evening.
Mr. Loomis, how are you? Yeah, he's muted.
Yeah. Yeah, we're a long ways away. The camera's wide angle big time. Let's move the table a little more, Cody.
This way?
Right toward the camera.
Do you want to be in the middle since you're doing some talking?
Yep, you're the man in the middle. You're just the helpers. I think we're unmuted.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I can't get my camera working, everyone, so I'm just going to get started here on audio only, and hopefully I'll be able to figure something out once we get started. So it is 6:04. Welcome to the August 4th, 2020 meeting of the Missoula Consolidated Planning Board. All of the meeting body members are attending tonight from a remote location, and we are holding this meeting virtually, so we'll be doing public comment a little differently than usual via live call-in phone line. Just like calling into a radio show or to make a pledge during a telethon. Before we take any votes, I'll call for a public comment and give 5 minutes for folks to go to the phone, call to comment. All of the meeting body members are attending tonight. And if everyone could remember who's on the line to mute their screen, that will help with understanding. Via live call-in phone line. Just like calling into a radio show or to make a pledge. Okay. Before we take any votes, the numbers to call for folks who want to call in and comment on items are 213-338-8477 or toll free at 877-853-5257. And the meeting ID is 960-049-3694. The phone numbers and the meeting ID will appear on your screen during the meeting, and I will repeat them every time I call for public comment. And because this works just like a live call-in show, be sure to mute your TV or computer, however you're watching, before you call in, or there will be an echo. If we get a number of callers on the line, you'll be on hold until it's your turn to comment. Our meeting moderator will let you know when you've joined the meeting, and you can make your comments. I'll be observing a speaking limit of 3 minutes so we can hear from everyone. And with that, let's get started. I'd like to call the meeting of the Missoula Consolidated Planning Board on August 4th, 2020 to order. And the first item of business is a roll call of members. Can we have a roll call of members, please? Or is that me?
Donna.
Yeah, Donna usually calls our names out.
Great. The first item of business is a roll call of members. Can we have a roll call of members, please?
Thank you. Andy Mefford. Andy Mefford's absent. Peter Benson.
I'm here.
Peter Benson's present. Sean McCoy.
Here. Yeah, Donna usually calls our names out.
Right.
Sean McCoy.
Here.
Sean McCoy's present. Stephanie Potts will be.
Roll call of members. Can we have a roll call of members, please?
Thank you. Andy Mefford. Andy Mefford's absent. Peter Benson.
I'm here.
Okay, is there still the echo or no?
Yes.
Okay, Stephanie Potts, she'll be joining in about an hour. Dave Loomis. Dave Loomis is present. Josh Schrader.
Present.
Josh Schrader's present. Caroline Lauer. Caroline Lauer's present. Neva Hassanen.
Present.
Neva Hassanen is present. Shane Morrissey.
Present.
Shane Morrissey's present. Vince Caristo.
Present.
Vince Caristo's present. Mr. Chair, there are 6 regular members and 2 alternates present. Would you like to appoint both alternates as regular voting members tonight?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item of business is approval of the minutes from both the June 16th and the July 7th meetings. Can I have a motion from any board members who'd like to move to approve the minutes or revise them in any way? And we could do both at once.
I move to approve both sets of minutes.
I'll second that.
Great. The motion is made by Shane Morrissey and seconded by Peter Benson. And all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Okay, the motion passes. Next item is public comment on items that are not on the agenda. So for any members of the public who are here joining us tonight who'd like to speak on something other than the agenda items on tonight's agenda, this would be your time to speak. And at this point, I'm going to open the phone lines for the next few minutes to allow folks to call in. As a reminder, the numbers to call in are 213-338-8477 or toll free at 877-853-5257. And the meeting ID is 960-049-3694. I think we just let in a few people from the waiting room. I think I'll repeat the instructions here. This is the point in time in the meeting where members of the public can speak on items that are not on tonight's agenda. So if anyone who just was let into the meeting would like to do that, the phone number to call is on the screen if you're connecting virtually. If you're calling in by phone, the phone number is 213-338-8477 or toll free at 877-853-5257. And the meeting ID is 960-049-3694. Please remember to mute your TV or computer or however you're watching before you call in and while you're participating, or else we'll have an echo for everyone participating tonight. 853-5257 items that are not on tonight's agenda. And the meeting ID is 960-049-3694. Please remember to mute your TV or computer or however you're watching before you call in and while you're participating, or else we'll have an echo for everyone participating tonight. 853-5257. Okay, we've given it almost 4 minutes here. I think we'll give a last call to anyone who'd like to make a comment on items not on the agenda. Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda. We have announcements from staff. Are there any announcements from staff?
Chair, this is Mary McCrae with Development Services. I just wanted to let Planning Board know that we have an Engagement HQ private project development page where well before the agenda are created for Planning Board meetings, you'll be able to look at projects that will be coming to Planning Board, see the application and other documents, find the location and get information and read public comments as they come in on the project. So just wanted Planning Board to know to look for that on the city's website.
Thank you, Mary. I noticed we had on the agenda here, slipped into the agenda title, the resignation of John Newman, our longtime board member and prior chair of the planning committee. And I guess it's for the record to be known that he resigned from the planning board in the last several weeks, effective immediately. And we thank him for his service. Okay, moving on to the next item, item 6, public hearings. We have 2 public hearings tonight. The first one, item 6.1, is a rezone of 508 South 3rd Street West to apply an AR overlay. And we have a staff presentation from city staff. Emily, you're muted. Yeah, I still don't hear you.
Maybe you have to undo it, Vince, since you muted all.
Yeah, that's possible. It looks like she's unmuted. It's just that her, I can't unmute. I cannot unmute her. Okay, I can mute you, Emily, but I can't unmute you. It sounds like there might be an issue with your microphone. I'll maybe give you another minute. I think there's a good reason to do this one first before the next item. So maybe we'll give you a minute to figure that out, if that makes sense, Emily.
I don't think you want to switch it because it's been announced. The time.
I think that Emily is going to phone in so she can give her presentation over the phone, but still share the screen to advance the slides for her presentation. So give her a minute to phone in.
Great.
I just let a new phone number into the meeting, just so you're aware.
Okay.
And this is Heather, part of the admin staff. We are definitely having some connectivity issues today. So bear with us. Thank you for your patience. It might be an interesting night. So just thank you.
Has Emily been let into the group? It looks like she's looking to get in.
Oh, I think I'm in. Yay. Okay.
I think that worked, Emily. Oh, now we can't hear you at all.
I know, I'm trying to get rid of the echo,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know how.
Can you mute yourself on the Zoom where you're sharing slides? Because maybe somehow you unmuted, but it's not coming through. See if you remute there, because you can use your phone to call in and speak.
Can you turn the volume off your computer speakers?
Yeah, I will do that.
Great.
Okay, how's that?
I think it's good from my end.
Okay, yay. Sorry, that's really awkward. So let's get started. Does that full screen work? Okay, great. And y'all can still hear me? Good, all right. Good evening, I am Emily Gleckin and I'm a planner with Development Services. I'm glad you can hear me. I will be presenting a request from Jesse Dodson of University Avenue Developers, LLC to rezone the property located at 508 South 3rd Street West to apply the AR adaptive reuse overlay on top of the current zoning. The subject property is located in the Riverfront neighborhood south of downtown Missoula and is within City Council Ward 3 and the McCormick Historic District, which is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. The parcel is located on South 3rd Street West near Orange Street. It is approximately 6,490 square feet and currently contains a 16-unit multi-dwelling building. The property has frontage on South 3rd Street and abuts an alley. The R Missoula 2035 City Growth Policy recommends a land use designation of neighborhood mixed use, which encourages a mix of neighborhoods serving commercial uses and medium-high residential density. The growth policy indicates that B1-1 neighborhood business, B2-1 community business, B2-2 community business, and M1R2 limited industrial residential or zoning districts that align with the neighborhood mixed use land use designation. Each of these zoning districts permit a residential density of up to 43 dwelling units per acre, which is the same density allowed by the current underlying zoning on the property. To expand on the growth policy a little bit, the livability section of the city growth policy outlines goals and objectives for historic preservation, which include encouraging the preservation of historic buildings, encouraging development that maintains or enhances the character of the community, and supporting sustainable development practices through historic preservation. The city growth policy also promotes a focused inward development approach that encourages new growth in the direction of existing infrastructure, neighborhoods, and public services. And this is done through infill, increased development, and adaptive reuse. This approach is also in support of meeting the growth policy's goals to provide a sufficient supply of housing for a growing population. The current zoning of the parcel is C1-4 neighborhood commercial, and it is also within the Design Excellence Corridor Typology 2 overlay district. The C1-4 district requires a minimum of 1,000 square feet per dwelling unit on a parcel. Oh, sorry. had more to say about this. The surrounding area includes a mix of C1-4, B2-2 community business, and RT 2.7 residential 2.7 two-unit townhouse zoning districts. Following the application of the adaptive reuse overlay, the current zoning would remain the same with the addition of the AR overlay. Properties in the surrounding area contain a combination of commercial uses, single and multi-dwelling residential uses, and governmental services. The subject property currently contains a 16-unit multi-dwelling building that faces South 3rd Street West. The building has a parking area to the east side and to the rear that is accessed from the alley. There are currently 3 parking spaces on site to the rear and 14 parking spaces provided in a parking lot shared with the adjacent office building through a parking easement. According to a historical survey of the site, the existing building was constructed in 1909 and used as an apartment building until the Thornton Hospital was established in 1917, and that's what is shown in that map. After the founding doctors from that hospital relocated to what would become Community Medical Center, the building was once again used as an apartment building, and it has been used as an apartment building ever since. This survey determines that the historical integrity of the building has been retained for a number of reasons. This is due to the survival of the original design and the original materials, the continuity of setting and location, and its representation of early Missoula architecture. And for these reasons, the survey declares that it would be a contributing element to the McCormick Historic District. In January 2020, the Historic Preservation Commission approved a motion to add the building to Missoula's inventory of historic resources and designated it as a contributing building to the McCormick Historic Districts. And these characteristics that I just mentioned allow the building to be designated as a historically significant building. The applicant is requesting to apply the adaptive reuse overlay, which is intended to facilitate the adaptation and continuing use of historically significant buildings within the community. The AR district may only be applied to a parcel that contains an existing building, which meets the definition of historically significant building, and the parcel must be used for an adaptive reuse purpose. The Historic Preservation Commission determined that the parcel qualifies for the AR district based on the factors that I discussed in the previous slide and based on the project's conformance with the objectives of the AR overlay. These objectives include the adaptive reuse of historic buildings, supporting city goals for historic preservation, environmental sustainability, and economic and community development, valuing historically significant buildings, allowing the conversion of existing building uses into new uses that maintain community character while extending the life of a building, reducing the hazards and costs associated with new construction, and enhancing economic growth. The applicant makes this request in anticipation of increasing the density of the multi-dwelling building from 16 to 22 dwelling units through an interior renovation of the building. Properties where the adaptive reuse overlay is applied are permitted to exceed the maximum density of the underlying zoning district for the parcel, as long as that added density is allowable by building code. Parking is a factor that is considered with a request to apply the AR overlay and a request to increase density. This table provides a comparison of the calculations for required parking between the building as it currently stands and the proposed scenario. This is described more detail in the memo I provided to the board prior to this meeting. In terms of the requirement, Title 20 requires that one parking space per each dwelling unit under 850 square feet be provided for multi-dwelling buildings. So with 16 dwelling units, the requirement was 16 spaces, and with an increase to 22 dwelling units, that requirement would increase 22 parking spaces. As I mentioned earlier, 17 parking spaces are currently provided and would continue to remain as part of the property. The project is eligible for 2 parking reductions through incentives that we have in our zoning code. The first one is a parking reduction for transit served locations for parcels that are within the design excellence overlay. This standard allows the off-street parking requirement to be reduced by 15% if the project is within 1,250 feet of a transit stop with adequate level of services. This property is within a block of a Mountain Line bus stop for Route 7. Therefore, it is eligible for this reduction. And through this reduction, the parking requirement may be reduced by 3 spaces, which is 15% of 22. The second reduction is available for landmarks and historic districts through Title 20. And it allows the zoning officer and the historic preservation officer to approve exceptions and waivers to off-street parking requirements for properties that have contributing buildings in National Register historic districts. And the historic preservation officer has indicated that they will provide a parking waiver for this project. So as you can see with the application of those 2 parking reductions, the final parking requirement is equal to the amount of parking currently provided for the project. Staff examined this application using the review criteria for rezone requests and found that first, the rezoning implements the focus inward historic preservation and housing goals of the city growth policy. Second, the rezoning facilitates the adequate provision of public services, including transportation, water, schools, parks, and other public requirements. This is because the area is inside the urban growth area, the sewer service area, and is already served by water, sewer, motorized, and non-motorized transportation infrastructure. Third, the rezoning promotes compatible urban growth by creating urban infill without adding stress to existing infrastructure and facilities. It promotes the continued preservation, maintenance, and general welfare of a historic building, and is contextually appropriate in the area given similar uses and building types in the surrounding neighborhood. Fourth, the rezoning will promote public health, public safety, and the general welfare by retaining residential uses in an area that has access to sewer, public water, emergency services, streets, bike lanes, and other urban services that are already established. And finally, the rezoning gives reasonable consideration to the character of the district, both through the uses and the history and the historic character of the district. Staff recommends approval of the rezone request to apply this AR overlay to the parcel on 508 South 3rd Street. And I do want to mention, I received an additional public comment right before this meeting that I emailed, but I'm happy to bring it up if that would be helpful for the board to see.
And was that the one that we received yesterday?
Nope, I just sent it about half an hour ago. So
okay.
I can show it on the screen if that helps.
Yeah, that might be helpful. I didn't personally see it.
I didn't get it too long ago. But just to summarize it, it's a comment from the owner of the office building to the east that they share the parking easement with. And she wanted to point out that the easement has stipulations about certain hours that the parking can be shared.
I see. Okay, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Emily. Are there presentations
sorry.
from anyone else, from developer or the representative?
Hi there, everyone. This is Jesse Dodson, the applicant, and I'm one of the principals of University Avenue Developers LLC. And I wanted to thank you all for your time and attention to this, and especially thank you to Emily for that comprehensive presentation and all the work I know that she's done on this, as well as Emmy Scher as well. I don't have much to add beyond that, but I am available for questions if there are any questions.
Great, thank you, Jesse. Are there any other staff comments or from the developer? Okay, with that, we'll open this up to public comments. Would any members of the public who are here tonight like to comment on this agenda item? Now would be the time. And I'll repeat the phone numbers for the good of everyone. Let me pull them up here. So if you'd like to call in, the phone number is 213-338-8477 or toll free at 877-853-5257. And the meeting ID is 960-049-3694. So I will give a few minutes here to allow anyone who would like to speak on this item a chance to do so.
It looks like we do have a caller in the lobby.
I'll reiterate for anyone who might have just joined the meeting that this is the time to comment on this agenda item here, the rezone request at 508 South 3rd Street West. I will give another minute for folks to make a comment if you'd like to do so. Okay, seeing no public comment, I will close the public hearing at this point, and we'll move on to questions from planning board members. So to keep things moving along tonight, since we have another item on the agenda, just a reminder to planning board members that in this first period of discussion, the focus should be on questions for staff and or the developer. And then at that point, the quickest way to do things is to put a motion on the floor, perhaps the motion that was recommended by staff. And after that point, we can have discussion on the motion. So if you could focus your comments in this initial period to questions for staff and reserve your general comments and feelings on the topic for after we have a motion on the floor, I think that'll work best. So with that, are there any questions from planning board members of staff members? And I guess I would note as well that please use the chat function to indicate your desire to speak, and I will announce your name when it's time for you to speak. Okay, Peter Benson.
Can you hear me? Okay. My question is, there are comments about parking and which parking lots people are using at what time of day. I'm not sure I understand what parking lot we're talking about. Could somebody is there a map of the 17 parking lots at issue? And could somebody clarify, are these available for these tenants 24 hours a day?
I can go ahead and address that. Thank you, Peter. So the answer is that there's a shared parking easement that's been in place for over 20 years between this building and the adjacent property at 425 South Orange Street. And maybe most people on this meeting will know that that property is the location of the Toby Hansen Insurance Agency and a number of other businesses in that office building on the corner of 3rd and Orange Street. And it's a shared parking agreement that I assume was put in place at some point in time for zoning purposes, but it allows residential parking after business hours and office parking during business hours. So I have not seen the comment, but I agree with the comment that was made from our neighbors and friends at 425 South Orange Street, that it is a shared parking agreement. One that I traditionally understand to be a shared parking agreement between two different uses, one a daytime use being office and one an evening use being residential. And so that's in fact what it is. And so that's about, I want to say 14 spaces. It's hard to tell exactly because the lot's not actually striped. So so we've taken a conservative estimate of how many cars you could actually park in that lot. And we arrived at 14 spaces. And so that's what we're referring to when we say the lot next door.
Okay, next up is Neva. You have a question?
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to kind of follow up on Peter's question there. And the most recent comment, I think there's several comments in there concerning the parking, existing issues between the tenants and the business. And you're essentially asking us to waive some of that parking requirement, as I understand it. And my question is, would you be willing, Mr. Dodson, to consider like creating an agreement which one of the comments suggested with the tenants where they're informed clearly about the parking, and maybe even consider these new units as ones that would be for people who don't own a car, and that you would, could somehow reward that. And because this is a very central kind of part of town, and when we eventually develop the riverfront triangle, it's right over the bridge. So would you be willing to do something like that, create an agreement and work with your neighbors?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's a good question. The answer is absolutely yes. And not only would we be willing to do it, we have to do it. We just purchased this building at the end of last week. And so, I can't speak to what's happened up until this point in time. But I can tell you that, I was on email with our property manager today, trying to come up with new language that makes it crystal clear to our tenants what the situation is, because I don't think that was in place before. It's in our best interest as, responsible property owners to manage our own tenants' expectations, because we get in trouble with our neighbors when they're parking in that lot during business hours. And, we know them and we respect them, and we want to keep that relationship good, and we want our tenants to have, good expectations. I on the parking thing in general, I kind of believe that if you build it, they will come, and adding more parking spaces isn't going to solve, 6 parking spaces isn't going to solve any parking problems in this neighborhood. What we're trying to achieve here is, an urban development and an urban environment, and recognizing and encouraging, as you said, some of our tenants to actually not have cars. That would be our hope. Absolutely.
Maybe you could even make that a requirement. I know that when exceptions were made, for instance, for the gold dust on Orange, is that the name of the right name of it? Yeah, on Orange, just under the underpass. Some of those units are bicycle or ped only. And it's so close to downtown, it seems like a reasonable thing. And maybe, actually it sounds like you don't know your neighbors that well if you just bought this. So maybe you could, let them know, look at the comments and let them know you'd be requiring something like that. I don't know that we can condition a rezoning, but it sure would be nice to find a way to limit the the demand there.
Okay, next we have Shane. You have a question?
Yeah, I think I have 2 questions about parking. I guess I just want to make sure that the shared parking agreement was transferable upon the sale of the property. And I guess the second question is maybe for the staff. I'm looking through the shared parking for different use categories, and it appears to me like the residential use can, the parking requirement can be reduced by up to 50% between an office use and a residential use, but I don't see a full, I don't see where it says that you can fully share all your parking requirement.
I can I can definitely address the first one. I can try to address the second one, but I recognize that, staff would probably have input on that as well. But the parking agreement is an easement that runs with the land. It's been recorded against title, since 1996. So, yes, the answer is it does run with the land. It is transferable, and has been transferred.
This is Mary McCray from staff, and I understand that parking agreement was agreed to in 1996, so it's been established. When we look at parking, we only, we compare what the requirement was for the prior with the requirement is for today. And so that is the difference in parking that we look at. We're not required at this time for them to rectify any, perhaps the prior agreement was created at a time when there wasn't a limitation on how much, like the 50% requirement. Up to 50% may not have been part of the regulation. So we're just looking at the change in the requirement between prior and now. And Emily, I don't know if you can put up that slide again about that has the parking calculations. That might be helpful, but it's a difference of 17 required with 22 required now. So the current to the new. So then we apply the parking reductions, the two that exist in Title 20, and there's a no change in parking. So they're not required to provide more parking is how it works out.
Are there any more questions from planning board members? Okay, seeing none, can I see a motion from a planning board member? Perhaps the one that was recommended by staff, after which point, if it's seconded, we will have discussion on the motion and then vote.
I can make a motion. Can you all hear me? Great. I was having audio issues earlier. I move to adopt an ordinance to rezone 508 South 3rd Street West from CI-4 neighborhood commercial DE-C design excellence corridor typology 2 overlay to CI-4 neighborhood commercial / DE-C design excellence corridor typology 2 overlay / AR adaptive reuse overlay.
Thank you, Caroline. Caroline moves. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great, a second from Neva. Okay, now we move on to discussion on the motion. At this point, there's discussion among planning board members on how we feel about this motion. I'll kick things off. I think this is really great to see. I think maybe it was last year, even the year before, where we saw the AR overlay come before us as a change to the zoning code or an addition. And this was really exactly the kind of project that we had in mind for how it might be useful, where it would allow the type of incremental increase in intensity in protection of historic buildings that provide value to a lot of folks in town. So this is great to see. And so I will be supporting the motion.
Yeah, I agree with you, Vince. I think this is the type of adaptive reuse infill that, you know, creates additional housing on the margins. That's what we're looking for. So I'll support it as well.
Thanks, Josh. If anyone else would like to speak, please do so, or use the group chat function so we can announce your name for folks who are calling in on the phone.
We're just at planning board now, right? Not calling in.
No, yeah, Neva, I was just describing the reason for wanting to announce each person's name who speaks.
I see. Sorry, I missed that. I think it's great. Let's call the question.
Great. So with that, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. None opposed. The motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all very much.
Next up is item 6.2. We'll move on to a rezone for 2920 Expo Parkway or Grant Creek Village. And we have a presentation from staff.
I'm getting there. This is Dave DeGrandpré with Development Services.
And I'm trying to get into the slideshow right now. Can you all see the slideshow that's up on the screen?
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't see it, Dave.
How about now? Woohoo! All right, great. Phew. All right, well, good evening, everyone. My name is Dave DeGrampre with Development Services. And we are here to review an application to rezone or potentially rezone 2920 Expo Parkway. The owner of the property is KJA Development LLC. The applicant, Mike Morgan of Hoffman Morgan Associates. And the rezoning application is to change the zoning from R 5.4 residential, RM 1-35 multi-dwelling, B 2-2 community business, C and C 1-4 neighborhood commercial to RM 1-45 multi-dwelling. Okay. Let's see. The property itself is just north of the I-90 interchange west of Great Creek Road. There are two parcels, a north parcel and a south parcel. The total acreage is 44 acres. The property itself is a former gravel pit. On the west side of the property, you can see, looking at what's on your screen, there's an irrigation ditch located running roughly northwest southeast toward the western side of the northern property, and below it, that ditch to the west, to the left, is a steep slope. To the east, it's a gravel mine area, reclaimed. It's a largely flat area. The property itself is accessed from Expo Parkway, which is a public city street to the south, and also Stonebridge Road, a public city street that intersects the property, or abuts the property, I guess, about midway through. In terms of surrounding land uses, there's a combination. To the south, as I'm sure you're all aware, south of the intersection,
Dave, we lost you there. Can you still hear us?
okay, I'll start that again. Sorry about that. Connectivity issues, I guess. So I'm talking now about adjacent land uses to provide a little context for the character of the area. To the south is auto-oriented commercial type development. There's a restaurant, of course, three hotels that accommodate tourists and others, and also.
Dave, I'm not seeing the presentation, the PowerPoint. Can you reshare?
Yep. How's that?
Great.
All right, super. Hopefully that won't happen again. Adjacent land uses, auto-oriented commercial to the south, a couple of vacant lots that are zoned for commercial development of varying scales. To the southeast are multi-dwelling units, condominiums, in other words. Also to the east is the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation headquarters, a warehouse, and other facilities, cultural type facility. To the north is a single family or single dwelling residential type development. Again, to the west, steep hillside.
Dave, I think we lost your audio this time. We're still seeing your PowerPoint presentation on the screen.
Lost my audio. Can you hear me now, Vince?
Oh, you are. Sorry. If that was a long pause, I apologize.
All right. Well, it's a long pause because it's taking a while for the slide to switch for some reason. There we go. Okay. So the current zoning, it's an interesting mix. We have 4 different zoning districts that are located on these 2 properties. The northern property is zoned R5.4. That's a single family type residential district, single family duplex. The majority of that property is zoned residential multi 1-35, and there's also a bit of C1-4, which is a multiple use type commercial district. Also on the property is a B2-2, a neighborhood type commercial district. The zoning, because the properties have multiple zonings on them, the way that Title 20 is written, it's Title 20, Section 20 or 0.01.100E. These are called split zoned parcels. And what it really boils down to is the more restrictive zoning on a parcel that has more than one zoning on it applies. And so in this case, the north parcel is zoned R5.4. The south parcel is zoned RM1-35. So you can see on your screen, here are some of the parameters for the different zoning districts. Like I mentioned, R5.4 is typically, or it's a single family or single dwelling and duplex type district. The minimum parcel area is 5,400 square feet. In this zoning, in our zoning, Title 20, there's a baseline that's given, but there's a density reduction in terms of baseline number of units that are provided, but also a density reduction based on the steepness of slopes on a particular parcel. So the baseline zoning on the north parcel would allow 283 single dwelling units, but because of the hillside reduction, the density reduction, the baseline zoning provides for 155 dwelling units today on the northern parcel. On the southern parcel, with the zoning of RM1-35, that property, or sorry, that zoning it accommodates a wide range of residential uses, all building types, including single dwelling residential, duplex, condominiums, mixed use development, and also larger scale multi-dwelling complexes. The maximum height in the RM1-35 is 35 feet. Again, there's a base number of dwelling units that are allowed, and then, but with the density reduction, it's dropped down to 339. So according to my math, which might not be perfect, but it'll give you a ballpark, it's about 495 or 494 to be exact uses that are allowed today under the current zone. The applicant is seeking to modify the zoning on both parcels to RM1-45. So this district it accommodates a wide range of residential uses, all of the building types, including single dwelling, duplex, multi-dwelling, and mixed use. It has all of the same parameters as RM1-35, with the exception of the maximum height. So remember, in RM1-35, the maximum height is 35 feet. Here in RM1-45, the maximum height is 45 feet. Again, there's a base number of dwelling units that could be allowed, and after the hillside reduction, the maximum number is 1,185. But I want to point something out to you, and that is that number doesn't take into account a lot of factors. So under our zoning, there needs to be area, of course, for parking, for circulation. 20% of a multi-dwelling unit site needs to be set aside for activity area. There's landscaping and setbacks and things like that. So that number is certainly higher than could actually be developed on the property. Those are raw numbers, not taking into account some of the other requirements of the zoning. And then the growth policy. So there, as you know, our Missoula growth policy has what's called a future land use map. And the future land use map is according to the growth policy, is a guide for appropriate development and redevelopment of different areas. the growth policy future land use map provides general categories for types of development. We're not at the specific granular level yet. This is more planning level, more 30,000 feet type view. But the growth policy has two specific land use designations for the property: residential high, so residential high density greater than 24 units per acre, and also regional commercial and services. So residential high greater than 24 units per acre is just like it sounds. It is encouraging high density residential development. That growth policy designation covers 87% of the site, or of the two properties combined. The second growth policy designation, regional commercial and services, covers about 13%, or just about 5.5 acres of the site. Regional commercial and services is a designation that encourages or provides area for larger scale commercial and service type development. It could be hospitals, it could be car dealers, it could be all kinds of different businesses that need a lot of land area, might need a lot of parking. Think of the hotels, the tourist-oriented hotels that are there, for example. So you have two growth policy designations on the property. And then each of these designations and all of the designations on the future land use map and the growth policy, now getting more to a more granular level, there are different zoning districts that are appropriate or that help implement those land use designations. And so in the case of the residential high density, there are 4 different implementing districts: the RM1-35, which a good portion of the property is currently zoned, RM1-45, multi-dwelling, RM1.5, and RM0.5. These are all multiple family type residential districts. And the regional commercial and services area, that has 4 different implementing districts as well. There's neighborhood commercial, community commercial, industrial residential, and also public lands and institutional. One thing I would like to point out about the 3 different commercial districts that are implementing districts for the regional and commercial services area is they also provide for residential development. And the residential development that they provide for is up to 43 dwelling units per acre, which, by the way, is the same development density, residential development density that is allowed under the RM1-45 and also RM1-35. So those commercial districts also allow for residential development at the same density as these residential districts, is my point. One of the primary criteria for a zoning amendment is compliance with the growth policy. I've got a couple of quick slides on that. And so, in looking at the growth policy, there are a lot of moving parts to it. There are a lot of pieces. There are a lot of policies. There are a lot of goals. There are a lot of objectives. There's also the future land use map. So I'm going to hit this in 2 different ways. The first is with the future land use map. So it's my belief and my recommendation to you that RM1-45, the zoning that's requested, substantially complies with the growth policy future land use map, because 87% of the property is designated as residential high density greater than 24 units per acre. Because RM1-45 is an implementing district of the residential high density designation, and because the allowed residential density is the same that's allowed under the regional commercial and services future land use map designation in those commercial areas that I just described. The growth policy has lots of, like I said, lots of policies, lots of goals, lots of objectives. And any good attorney could tell you that any particular project either complies or doesn't comply, based on an evaluation of the growth policy. It's essentially, there's a bit of a subjectivity to it. But in my view, after reviewing the growth policy, after reviewing the application, I believe that this project does substantially comply, or this rezoning, I should say, does substantially comply with the growth policy, because it does focus inward to some degree. It can be served by, well, it's not infill development in the city core. It can be served by city sewer, city water, police, fire, street maintenance, and other services. It certainly supports the city's housing goals. However, there are some services that aren't currently available today in a sufficient, if all of the units, if the residential development plan the developer has envisioned were to come to fruition tomorrow, there are certain things like transit is not currently available. Some of the sidewalks aren't currently up to snuff. There are some transportation related issues. There are, bike ped type issues, and parks in the area are substandard to serve this development. Maybe a quick editorial, and that is, it's kind of difficult. It's a real balancing act. Do you need to have all of the, do you start with the planning like we did here with the growth policy and designate the area as residential high density, and then build out the transportation systems and urban services and things like that over time? Or do you have to have all those services in place before you do the planning? Well, in this case, we did it the other way. We did the planning first, providing the opportunity for high density residential development. And then there are plans in place to improve the facilities and services over time to meet the needs of potential future residents if this zoning were to go through and if the development were to occur. And then lastly, one of the biggest comments that we've heard, that you've read in all of the hundreds of comment letters that you've seen, it's regarding transportation. Aaron Wilson is available tonight to talk about transportation issues. He's a planner with a metropolitan planning organization. And one thing I'd just like to point out to you is the developer, as part of a building permit process, can be required to provide a traffic impact study, and then also, which is reviewed by the city engineering department, and then also can be required to provide transportation improvements. They might be pedestrian bike improvements, they might be street improvements, they could be lots of different things, a bus stop, for example, petitioning into the urban transportation district, for example. So that's also, those items are also kind of in the works. The developer has submitted a building permit application for one multi-unit structure. I'm not sure if that's been approved yet, but I know it's being reviewed. And then in summary, I suppose, based on all of these different factors, in my view, the project doesn't meet all of the goals, objectives, policies of the growth policy, but it meets more than it doesn't. And it also helps to implement several of the other goals. So I believe that it substantially complies with the growth policy. And then moving on to the other review criteria. Looks like we've got maybe a little issue with the video, but let me just continue. So one of the criteria has to do with public services and transportation. And so whether the zoning is designed to facilitate adequate provision of transportation, water, sewer, schools, parks, and other requirements, and also the effect on motorized and non-motorized transportation systems. Your staff report addresses those items in detail. I don't probably need to go through them all, but suffice it to say, public services like sewer, like water, police, fire, streets, parks, they all can be provided. And I just want to give you a little bit of background as well. So, when our office was reviewing this application, we really tried to understand. We're hearing a lot of comments from members of the public saying, traffic issues are going to be too significant. There are major public health and safety issues, things like that. So we reached out and really tried to prod Montana Department of Transportation, the city fire department, city police department, public works, and others to determine if there were public health and safety issues with this zone change, if there were other issues that might negate this or lead to a recommendation of denial on this project. And we just, none of the agencies that commented, none of the subject matter experts let us know that there were major public health and safety issues or transportation issues. They all seem to feel like, in general, that these issues can be addressed over time, or the appropriate services and public health and safety measures are in place today. In terms of compatible urban growth, it's my view that this zoning would provide for compatible urban growth. You've got highway-oriented commercial to the south, now with hotels and restaurant and other commercially zoned property. You have single-family residential to the north. And so to me, this provides a transition. It's a multi-residential zoning district, would provide a good transition between commercial and residential, and smaller scale residential. Whether it promotes public health and safety, again, we've reached out to fire, to police, to transportation, to others. And the comments that we've gotten back have not indicated that there are particular dangers, that there are particular threats to public health and safety. And so my recommendation or our conclusion was that this proposal would promote public health and safety. With regard to whether it provides for the district character and suitability of uses. I have to look back at the growth policy and suggest you to do the same. I believe the growth policy really is a statement of compatibility. It's a statement of a very thoughtful process that was developed over, I'm not sure how long, at least a couple of years, I assume, developed the growth policy and the future land use map. So I would say that does provide for character of districts, does provide for suitability of uses. Two more criteria: whether the zoning amendment would correct an inconsistency or meet the challenge of a changing condition. This amendment would not correct an error or inconsistency, but it does help to meet the challenge of a changing condition, and that is housing. I've looked through the city housing policy, read through it. There are several policy statements that support this. I know Aaron Pehan is available as well from the Housing and Community Development Department to address this project and how it might help to meet the city's housing goals. And she provided comment indicating support for the project. So I would say that's a changing condition that this project would help to meet, or this rezoning would help to meet. And then finally, is the project in the best interest of the city as a whole? And again, you have to look back at the growth policy and say, that is a public policy indicating what types of development are appropriate in what locations. And this proposal substantially complies with that. And so I would recommend to you that this project is, based on the growth policy, is in the best interest of the city as a whole. And then finally, you have before in your staff report a recommendation for approval of adoption of the ordinance to rezone the property from the current zoning to RM1-45. And I'm happy to answer any questions, or at least try, that you might have.
Thanks a lot, Dave, for your presentation. I think we'll move on. Before we take questions, we'll move on to other presentations, if there are any. Are there any other presentations from the applicant or the developer? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the public comment period of this public hearing.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Vince, I'm sorry. We were invited to present the opposition to it after the staff and the developer presented. So I didn't know if we were going out of order. I apologize. Oh, no, absolutely, Karen. We're gonna let your group present here in just a moment. Okay. First up in the public comment period will be a presentation from the Friends of the Grant Creek organization. And so I will let you, Karen, if you can have the floor. I believe you have a presentation that's going to be shown as well. I do. And is everyone able to see this?
I can see it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And hear me. Thank you so much. Okay. Good evening. My name is Karen Sippy, and I represent Friends of Grant Creek. Thank you for allowing us the time to present our support of development and the existing zoning at 2920 Expo Parkway and our opposition to the rezone application. We realize your time is valuable. And the Grant Creek watershed. I'd like to begin by providing you with a reference to the proposed rezone location from a 30,000-foot view. Grant Creek has been designated as impaired by Montana DEQ and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. It has been impacted by previous development further downstream, and the city is currently looking for funds to fix that impact on Grant Creek. It is a tributary of the Clark Fork River, and its health ultimately impacts the health of the Clark Fork. Grant Creek lies within the wildland urban interface, or the WUI, which we will be discussing momentarily. Grant Creek is unusual in the fact that it has only one ingress and egress. That means there is only one way in and only one way out. And I'm going to see if I can just fit the screen. Okay, there we go. And now from a 1,500-foot view, I'd like to familiarize you with Grant Creek population north of I-90. Currently, Grant Creek has 635 single and multifamily residences. There are 4 hotels north of I-90 at the mouth of Grant Creek. These hotels have a capacity of 374 rooms and their associated vehicles. There is the potential for 3 more hotels on Expo Parkway, resulting in another potential 200 to 300 rooms and associated vehicles. As you can see, the current zoning for the site almost doubles the Grant Creek residences, and the proposed rezone almost triples the number of Grant Creek residences with only multifamily residences. We must keep in mind that in addition to residences and 4 hotels, the 3 restaurants, convenience store, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and Snowball all have workforce and visitor populations, adding to the numbers. They are all. Now I'd like to show you the parcels under consideration, and Mr. DeGrand-Prix had also given us a nice overview of this. This image is from Montana Cadastral. The blue outline shows the southern parcel at 8.7 acres, and directly north is the northern parcel containing 35.3 acres. Only 28.5 acres of these are developable because of this natural steep slope to the west. These parcels share Expo Parkway with 3 existing hotels and 1 restaurant. Eventually, these residents will be sharing Expo Parkway with potentially 6 hotels. These parcels lie directly west of the Cottonwoods Development and Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and will share Stonebridge Road. The rezone area lies directly south of the Old Quarry neighborhood of modest single-family homes that are 1-story or split level. Friends of Grant Creek would like to make it clear that we support residential and commercial development north of I-90, and we support the existing zoning. We recognize Missoula's need for rental homes and welcome development that helps provide them in a neighborhood setting. We support the development of a neighborhood that provides mixed housing types and homeownership opportunities. The density of the current zoning would almost double Grant Creek's population while providing for mixed housing and homeownership. This density is also compatible with the surrounding neighbors. Unlike the rezone, which is 2.5 times greater than Cottonwoods and over 5 times greater than the Old Quarry neighborhood. With that said, I would like to outline our opposition to the rezone application, beginning with the petitions. Friends of Grant Creek mailed petitions to all 635 residences in Grant Creek north of I-90, supporting the current zoning and opposing the rezone application. We received a 45% return, and almost half of those had written comments. We also posted an online petition and received 74 unique signatures originating from neighborhoods outside of Grant Creek. These petitions have been submitted and are part of your meeting packet, along with a summary of the petition results and comments. 26 formal protest petitions from the property owners within 150 feet of the project site have been submitted to Development Services. By our calculation, 38% of those property owners have signed, which is well over the 25% required to force a 2/3 city council vote for approval. I'm now going to review the rezone application using the same review criteria you are required to use per Montana Annotated Code 20. The city growth policy, this looks like everyone else's screenshot, adopted in 2015, is Missoula's guiding document for growth and development. It is divided into the following categories: safety and wellness, livability, economic health, housing, community design, and environmental quality, much more than a single land use designation map. Friends of Grant Creek does not feel the rezone application is in accordance with these growth policy categories, goals, and objectives. I'll be addressing 3 of these directly, and the others will be addressed through the remaining review criteria. The first growth policy category I'll be covering is livability. We feel the proposed rezone does not address any of these livability factors: a walkable neighborhood with clean air and water, home ownership opportunity, easy access to services and employment, avoiding traffic congestion, and involving the community in development decisions. For economic health, the city growth policy calls for workforce housing with the caveat that the housing does not require the use of automobiles. The Grant Creek neighborhood is a vehicle-dependent area. For many reasons, the city growth policy supports the focus inward concepts and development. We understand that does not mean all growth is centered around downtown Missoula. However, we do know it means that development should center around services, amenities, employment, be near public transportation, and have multimodal transportation options, which Grant Creek lacks. The rezone does not support economic health as detailed in the growth policy. Finally, specific to the growth policy and the first review criteria is housing. Friends of Grant Creek feels the rezone does not meet any of the requirements that the growth policy calls for, and it is much more than just density. Both the growth policy and housing policy call for affordable rentals and homes, which will not be provided with this rezone. We are all aware of the rising cost of living in Missoula. The growth policy calls for housing that actually decreases residents' cost of living besides the rental cost. With the rezone, commute times for everyone will be longer. There is no public transportation and none planned into the foreseeable future. No multimodal transportation options are available. There is a dependence on vehicles, and it is located away from services and employment. The proposed rezone will increase resident cost of living and does not support the growth policy. Moving on to review criteria 1B, safety from fire and danger. The rezone is not designed to secure safety from fire and other dangers. As mentioned earlier, Grant Creek has a single ingress-egress. Tripling the population at the mouth of a canyon with one way in and only one way out puts stress on the city's emergency services. Grant Creek Road has minimal to no shoulder, making access and evacuation tenuous. I also mentioned the Wildland Urban Interface, or WUI, earlier. This rezone is part of and directly impacts the residents and neighborhoods that are within the WUI. Residents have been warned for years by all fire agencies that a major wildfire in the Grant Creek drainage is not an if, but a when. So many residents have been mediating their property in preparation. This photo shows what happens during a wildfire event. In 2016, Northwestern Energy lines started ablaze, and immediately Grant Creek Road was lined with onlookers, congesting the ingress for emergency vehicles and the egress for evacuating residents. Tripling the Grant Creek population at the mouth of the canyon will only exacerbate these issues. 1C, promote health and safety. Friends of Grant Creek believes the rezone does not promote public health, public safety, nor general welfare. Idling vehicles will only add to Missoula's air pollution. They will also leave pollutants on surfaces that will be washed into Grant Creek. The impact of more than 10,000 additional vehicle trips, according to the National Household Travel Survey, to an already congested situation will make it difficult for emergency services to reach their destinations in a timely manner, and they're already on the edge of that. Grant Creek is fortunate to have a 3-mile recreational trail. However, there's no city park or playground within the 10 or 12-minute walk, nor without crossing major roadways. With existing traffic, it is unsafe for pedestrians and bicyclists beyond the Grant Creek Trail to access any services or amenities. The rezone offers no bus pullout or turnaround, already a dangerous situation with vehicles often passing while loading children. All of these factors contribute to general welfare, which is not being met by the rezone. Review criteria 1D. The rezone does not provide adequate transportation or infrastructure. Missoula already feels the effects of Grant Creek traffic congestion north of I-90 and on Reserve Street south of I-90, workforce, visitors, and area residents alike. The MDT update at the Grant Creek Road I-90 interchange happening this summer was requested over 20 years ago, to meet the needs of the population at the time and the Grant Creek area plan. This update will not ameliorate the current congestion problems, let alone with a tripling of the population and adding future hotels. We have heard from parents worried about overcrowding at schools, yet we have no recommendation or comment from the school district. How much capacity does exist? As previously mentioned, the city trail system is not connected for safe commuting or any non-motorized travel, and the closest park is over a mile away, crossing major roadways. Review criteria for adequate air and light. We believe the high density rezone will not provide adequate light and air for the surrounding developments and neighbors. The rezone's 4-story buildings will abut, tower over, and shade the 1-story split level homes on Old Quarry Road, the 2-story Cottonwood residences, and Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. The associated resident vehicles will certainly contribute to poor air quality. Rezone review criteria, transportation effects. The high density rezone does not consider its effects on motorized nor non-motorized transportation systems. The rezone would exacerbate traffic congestion, affecting emergency services, visitors, workforce, and residents. The rezone application did not consider seasonal traffic flows from the 4 hotels, Snow Bowl, and Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation that receives over 60,000 visitors a year. Snow Bowl has 250 to 400 vehicles driving all the way up a year, let alone the 50 to 100 vehicles that are sitting in the parking lot. Non-motorized transportation was not considered as well. There is no safe trail connection. The only bike lane connecting Grant Creek to services is by North Reserve, and most cyclists refuse to use it because Reserve Street is the busiest in Montana and has the most dangerous intersections in the state of Montana. I would like to give a moment to my colleague, RT Cox, to discuss the transportation impact study that has been submitted. I'm going to enlarge my map here so that he can use it as a reference. RT.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is RT Cox. I'm a retired attorney practicing in Wyoming and Montana. And over the years, I've had a lot of experience with engineering issues in a variety of contexts. Land use planning. I served as the chairman of the Board of Adjustment in a town about 1/3 the size of Missoula for many years. I'm not advertising myself as a professional engineer. I don't have that certification. I own a home on Old Quarry, and I've been working with the Friends of Grant Creek to look at the traffic issues. I'm going to move this pointer around. I don't know, is it visible?
Yes.
I want to talk about a few things that in many ways are obvious about traffic here, but the first thing I did was look at a traffic information study that was prepared by a professional engineer out of Helena, Mr. Abelin, and he reached the conclusion that there would be no impact on traffic safety issues. I found that to be a bit incredible. And in my years of litigating engineering reports, you look behind the opinion for the basis, the facts that support the opinion. And I found a lot of holes in his opinion, and I submitted a report to Mr. de Grand Prix, and then Mr. Abelin was required by planning to update that report. He did update it, and what he shows is that there's an increase in traffic of 4,000 vehicles per day in this segment from Expo Parkway to I-90. Now, some of that is due to causes other than just this proposed residential development. But when it was pointed out to Mr. Abelin, the engineer, that he had failed to consider 2009 actual measured traffic volumes, he dismissed that information, saying, I don't find it to be credible. I don't think that this information indicates a trend in increased traffic volume. even though if you come up here, and I would invite the members to do this, you look at summertime traffic at the Common Sense, daily traffic at the Starbucks. This area is extremely congested during rush hour and the noon hour. And the MDT is working to try to improve this. We have some constraints. We have hills over here to the west. We have hills to the east. We have a creek channel that comes down through here, and it goes into a tunnel right here, kind of across the street from the Starbucks. MDT is proposing to add 2 new lanes southbound to help with the traffic flow, and it probably will, but those lanes cannot start until you get south of this tunnel entrance. Then there will be a new turn lane onto the on-ramp, the westbound on-ramp, and there will be an additional lane that goes through here. But if traffic backs up to this point, the people that want to turn on the interstate to go westbound won't be able to get past them. They'll have to wait until they're past this constraint. This is about 160 feet long here and maybe has room for 10 to 12 vehicles per lane. This is being marketed as a panacea to solve these problems, but it's going to be limited. It will be helpful. I have no criticism of MDT for doing that. Now contrast this area with these constraints, and then I'm going to shut up and ask you to read my report. Contrast this with the incredible traffic improvements that have been done on Reserve Street and Russell, and to some extent, Broadway. They don't have hillsides here. They don't have hillsides here. They're not limited to only one way to get in and out. There are alternatives, but there are no alternatives here. There's no reason to think that putting these lanes in for left turns is going to solve a lot of the problem when most of the traffic that comes down the road in the morning goes under the interstate and goes down towards Orange Street. This improvement here will help that a little. Today I drove by, the line to get into Starbucks was backed up down here. The line of people trying to get out of the Common Sense was so congested that they were driving up to kind of a curb cut here, this parking lot, and coming out and then lining up in the queue to go southbound. Adding several hundred or thousand residents who will be using this street and this street is going to cause obvious problems that are inconsistent with the engineer's facile conclusion that this will not add any problems. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move, go back to fitting in the screen, and I will finish up to the page, go back to my page. This is just a map from our Montana DOT, and it is showing the most dangerous intersections. 5 of the top 10 are on reserve, and up here we've got 2 big ones that are very close to our affected area that we're discussing. The next review criteria is compatible urban growth. The surrounding densities were not considered for this rezone. As you can see, the rezone allows a density of 43 units an acre, and the surrounding residential densities range from 8 units an acre to 17 units an acre. The rezone density would be 2.5 to 5 times greater than the immediate residential developments. The current zoning is much more compatible with its neighbors at 18 units an acre. Rezone criteria, character, and suitability. The rezone application does not consider the surrounding character and uses. The rezone only provides one type of market rate rental only housing. The surrounding development uses are wide range from single family to multifamily homes to commercial. Also offered are rentals and home ownership. The current zoning is in line with its surroundings and the Grant Creek area plan. Rezone review criteria 2 was not addressed in the rezone application. but it does not correct an error, clarify an inconsistency, or meet a challenge by changing a condition. The rezone application does not address review criteria 3, that the proposed amendment is in the best interest of the city. Considering all of the review criteria, the rezone application does not meet the necessary requirements for approval and therefore should be recommended for denial. We do understand that Title 20 is currently being updated and public comment is being received, so we would like to take a moment to discuss Missoula's rezoning process in Title 20. The growth policy emphasizes the importance of public participation throughout the planning and development process. After a parcel is rezoned, all public participation ends. Subdivision review, which holds higher standards, is avoided. Title 20 is quite restrictive, only allowing for low or high density, only one type of housing, and only one type of development. No conditions can be placed on rezoned properties to fit the growth policy's goals or neighborhood's desires. A thorough traffic impact study is not required until after approval, and the outdated zoning does not reflect smart growth designs and best practices. The cumulative effects must be considered. No development is in a bubble. And I will end with a quote directly from our Missoula City Growth Policy 2035. Missoula should continue to consider the long-term consequences of unharnessed growth. Thank you so much for your time. Any questions?
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation, Karen. We're going to open up at this point for public comment from other members of the public. I will, at this point, reiterate that for folks who've called in and would like to participate in the meeting at this point, that the phone number to call will be put on the screen. It's 213-338-8477 or toll free at 877-853-5257. And the meeting ID is 960-049-3694. And please note, when you are speaking, to mute all of the devices that you're using to view the meeting, whether it's your computer, phone, or television. And with that, I will give a few minutes, since there is a delay, a few minutes for people who would like to speak to make that known, and you will be called on to speak.
And Mr. Chair, if I can make a suggestion for the public comment period?
Sure, please.
This is Heather, one of the admin staff. We do have a number of people who have called in, who have joined the meeting. We may give others a little bit more time to join, but I would recommend actually going through the list, reading off number by number, either the last 4 or the last 7 digits of the phone number, and offering each person an opportunity to say no comment or to comment and give their name at that time, just so we don't miss anyone, because we do have a number of people who are muted right now due to feedback.
Okay, and Heather, will you be going through that list, or I don't have the list in front of me, or will that be something you send to me?
I can do that if you'd like. Yeah, I could go down through the list, and we can work our way through that way.
Okay, great, and I'm glad you pointed that out, Heather. I guess I would make 2 more points to folks who would like to speak tonight. First of all, we are limiting comment to 3 minutes for individuals. So at the 3-minute point, I will let you know when 3 minutes have passed, and that'll be your signal to finish up your comments. The second thing I'd like to mention is that, you know, if someone has largely expressed your comment, you can simply reaffirm their comment by stating that. That will be, you know, for your viewpoint will be put on the record, and for the sake of time, if you'd like to do that, please feel free to indicate that a previous person has largely represented your view on the subject. So with that, Heather, are you ready to, you think, to start going down the list and letting people speak? That will be, you know, what your viewpoint will be put on the
Yes, I
record,
believe I
and
can.
for the sake of time, if you'd like to do
If I
that,
could hear that
feel
extra.
free to indicate that a previous person has largely.
Okay, so I'm going to go through the list and begin to call numbers for public comment. I will unmute people as I go, so let's begin. See, the first number will be phone number that is 210-3330. I'm going to unmute you. If you have comment, please state no comment. If you do not, if you do, please state your name so we can record it for the record.
Yes, this is Kristen Kukin, and I do have a comment.
Okay, thank you. And that was
am I ready?
Kristen Kierken?
Correct.
Could I have you spell your last name, please?
Sure, it's Kuiken.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
My name is Kristen Kukin, and I live in Grant Creek, and I am here to voice my concern in regard to the proposed zoning variance for the Expo Parkway apartment complex. After having served for 4 years between the Zoning Board of Appeals and Planning Commission in another community, and having been an environmental engineer, my greatest concern is with traffic flow safety. By tripling the population of Grant Creek, the I-90-93 intersection is going to continue to greatly bottleneck traffic flow. I'm concerned what this will do for emergency response times for the fire, paramedics, and police, as well as the ability for residents to safely and quickly exit Grant Creek in the event of a wildfire. While the zoning variance application indicates that the proposed zoning variance meets traffic requirements based on a study conducted by the developer, I would question the validity of said study. As it currently stands, the I-90-93 intersection routinely backs up 20 to 30 cars deep all the way back to the Expo Parkway, sometimes even to the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, where drivers sit through 3 to 4 light cycles, which takes between 8 to 10 minutes, simply to exit this area. This is occurring now, and not even one of the slated apartments has been built. Another factor that is often overlooked are the students of Hellgate Elementary being bused from Grant Creek, like my 2 children, which is often the last bus to arrive at the school due to the long wait times at this intersection. Further, this area is not within walking distance to grocery stores, retail areas, places of employment, schools, and other vital city services. Residents have no access to public transportation to help alleviate congestion, so vehicular ownership is a requirement to live in this area, only further exacerbating the problem. Please deny this zoning variance for the safety of all Grant Creek residents, both current and future. Smart growth is a necessity, and when it is ignored in the planning stages, citizen safety, emergency response times, among other smart growth standards, are jeopardized, leading to unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Heather, we're going to take a detour here and move back. Before we resume additional comments from members of the public, I want to give a chance for Erin Pehan, the Director of the Housing and Community Development Department, to speak about this project. So Erin, if you are there and available, please.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you, Vince. My name's Erin Pehan, and I'm with the Office of Housing and Community Development. I wanted to just expand a bit on the agency comment that we previously provided and is attached to the staff report. So we are in support of the requested rezone. As Dave articulately points out in his staff report, the rezoning complies with many of the policies, goals, and objectives that are outlined in the growth policy. It doesn't comply with all the statements and goals, but on balance, it is the type of development that we hope to see in this area. Specifically, this development helps us achieve the housing needs that are defined in the growth policy and the goals that are outlined in A Place to Call Home, which is our adopted housing policy. The city of Missoula needs approximately 9,000 new homes by 2035 to meet modest population projections. In our office and at the city of Missoula, we believe strongly that all neighborhoods need to do their part in ensuring that Missoula remains a place that everyone can call home. Affordable housing means housing that is affordable to you. It doesn't mean subsidized housing, which does serve a role and is also desperately needed. While the proposed project is not subsidized, we do need rental homes at all prices. This supports a healthy market and prevents further rental inflation. In that sense, new market rate housing does directly result in affordability across the market and is called for in the growth policy. Neighborhoods like Grant Creek largely consist of single-family homes and are bordered by open space, providing very little opportunity for the addition of new homes in alignment with the growth policy. This particular development provides the neighborhood just that, an opportunity to contribute to the solution in a way that is supported by the growth policy and that does reflect best practices and development trends. Again, as pointed out in this staff report, this development provides a transition between the auto-oriented commercial development along the Reserve Street corridor and medium density multifamily homes and condo type development and single family homes further north. This type of transition supports a healthy mix of development types and is often a keystone in what is termed missing middle housing development. Missing middle housing development helps to control the cost of homes by focusing on that shared infrastructure while also protecting our other values as a community, like maintaining access to open space. By building more compactly in areas that are deemed appropriate, the growth policy allows us to continue to weigh the various values that we have in our community. We also want to highlight the equity conversation that's occurring around housing development and conversations that are really important considerations in how we move ahead as a community. This development does present challenges in traffic and access to public transportation. These concerns also apply to other more compact housing development that is happening throughout Missoula today. One of these being the Bellagio, which is a low-income housing tax credit development in the north side, and alone will construct a similar unit count as the first two phases of this development. This project is located again on the north side, but it's not on a direct bus route. It has better proximity to the urban core, but some of the worst sidewalk infrastructure in Missoula. This neighborhood is being asked to absorb the same level of density in this project and other projects that are coming online with similar challenges, many of the challenges outlined by Mississippi, and is doing so in commitment to solving our housing problem and with careful mitigation of these challenges as well. Like the Grant Creek area, there are plans to expand connectivity in the future in the north side, but the situation is not perfect today. Traffic and connectivity are issues that we need to mitigate for and address. These are issues that are not in my wheelhouse, but I know there are smart people at the city of Missoula working with the developers on solutions. However, I do feel it's important to point out because I think we need to consider these requests equitably across our community and not rely on just a few neighborhoods to bear the burden of our housing needs. So we at the Office of Housing and Community Development believe that this project provides this particular neighborhood and this particular area a good opportunity to create desperately needed homes. It's not the perfect site, but we ran out of perfect sites in Missoula some time ago. It could be developed with less homes, as Mississippi points out, and that would still meet a very real and present need in our community. But we then lose the opportunity to create as many homes as we can in alignment with our growth policy goals. And as a community, that's an opportunity that we won't get back. That's land that we won't get back to meet our housing needs. So I just wanted to expand briefly on the comments that we had provided to date, and thank you for the opportunity to do so.
Thank you very much, Erin. We'll move back to the public comment portion of the hearing. And Heather, I'll give you the floor to identify folks to speak for 3 minutes.
Okay, the next number is phone number ending in 8519. I'm going to unmute you and you can identify yourself for the record if you have a comment or say no comment. Okay, caller 218-8519, you are unmuted.
Is somebody coming talking, or am I?
We can't hear them. It may
Okay.
possibly be
Because I can't hear. I'm just checking in. I didn't know if I was missing somebody.
No, Neva, you're not. It's
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
yeah, it could be because of the delay with the YouTube broadcast.
Yeah, Neva, we've been told there's a 45-second delay between when people speak and when it's heard on the YouTube broadcast. So we'll all just have to
Okay,
be
thank
really
you.
patient.
Now I'm not getting anything.
At this point, we may move on to the next caller. Next caller, phone number ending in 1615.
Everyone here? Hi there,
Yep,
my
we can
name
hear
is
you.
Jackie Ryan. Yep, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi everyone, my name is Jackie Ryan and I am a resident of Grant Creek. And I am calling in to see if anybody, I haven't heard it yet, but I'm worried about parks, public parks. I'm a mother of 2 children and I have a lot of friends in Grant Creek who have children at that age that would love to use a park. As you all know, there is no park to be had anywhere in walking distance of where we live. And my concern is when we add that many more families to our neighborhood, there's going to be that many more children who are looking for something to do. And when you've been up here before, you know that that road is at 45 miles an hour. Most people go faster than that. The trail is right next to the road and it's pretty dangerous. On the other side, then you have the creek. So to keep it brief, I will say that my biggest concern is adding a park. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
Okay, the next caller is phone number ending in 0524.
Hello, my name is Grant Parker. I am General Counsel with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Could I have you repeat your name, please?
Yes, my name is Grant Parker. I am General Counsel with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. We are neighboring the proposed rezone property and have submitted a protest petition and understand that our outside counsel, Aaron Nielsen, with Christian Sampson and Basket will be speaking later on, and will be providing some insights in addition to the petition that has been submitted. Briefly, I would just like to point out that the current zoning allows very high density and is a better fit with all aspects of the growth plan than the proposed rezone. When the Elk Foundation bought its property in 2002, it went to the city of Missoula and was granted the current zoning and decided to build its headquarters in Lower Grant Creek, in large part because of the character of the neighborhood. There are about 90 employees that work there, and many of us are residents of the city of Missoula. My home address is 655 East Beckwith, and there's a lot of employees that live there and commute there, as well as tens of thousands of visitors that come in every year. The Elk Foundation is concerned about safety, and I think that has been addressed by a number of others, and it has been addressed in our protest petition. We're also very concerned about the significant devaluation we see of our building that is in large part going to be, if this is rezoned, because of the threats to its employees and visitors from traffic, just as a regular course of business, and also if there is a wildfire or a flood, and how the city of Missoula has not planned for the safety of the residents of Grant Creek to get people in and out, and it would be tremendously exacerbated by this rezoning. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next caller is phone number ending in 0567. I'm going to unmute you in just a sec. I briefly lost you in the list.
This is Bert. Hello, this is Bert Lindler, B-E-R-T-L-I-N-D-L-E-R. I'm a resident of Grant Creek and am a member of the Grant Creek Neighborhood Council leadership team. I feel the need to comment because the staff report indicates that the Grant Creek Neighborhood Council did not comment. And I must say that we have tried mightily to hold a general meeting, and we had one scheduled for March 12th, and it was canceled 2 hours before the meeting by the city based on the pandemic. Our leadership team scheduled another meeting on July 28th, and the city would not schedule that meeting by that date. So the leadership team exists largely to call for general meetings at which the neighborhood can express its will. The leadership team is a few folks picked at a meeting. It does not in and of itself represent the neighborhood as a whole. The general meetings provide that opportunity. When we cannot hold them, we cannot speak to issues as serious as this, the largest change proposed to Grant Creek, and certainly the 2 decades I've lived here, and probably a decade prior to that. I will commend the city for attempting to schedule a meeting of the Grant Creek Neighborhood Council, a general meeting at 7 p.m. August 18th. That, of course, occurs after the planning board meeting, but it does occur before the city council's land use and planning committee meeting. So I hope we do get that meeting scheduled and that folks can attend it. I must say, the council meeting, I turned many, many people away, even though I tried to call and stop them from coming to the hotel that night. We would have had 100 to 150 people at that public meeting. We're having 30 people here in this very torturous virtual format. I had to give up on one computer after half an hour and go to another. And fortunately, I had another computer where everything worked. Several of us couldn't get in on the phone right away. We struggled with the phones. Fortunately, I was able to make it work, but a normal person would have given up. I'm motivated to keep trying. So I don't feel this is a very good public process. I hope that our general membership meeting goes better. We'll see. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lindler.
All right. Caller number ending in 6185. Going to unmute you.
Thanks. This is Jason Graham. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Test. I'm speaking, but I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you, please. Yep. You're great. Thanks.
Okay, great. Jason Graham, last name Graham. Been a resident here about 10 years. And I would say that over that time frame, we've heard about infrastructure developments, and I know it's kind of a kick in a dead horse, but I just want to echo the comments of both Mr. Parker and Karen Sippy. I would take issue with this idea that infrastructure would be, I guess, upsized to accommodate the additional residents in Grant Creek. I've been waiting, and I think many of us have been waiting for the infrastructure to be developed just to allow us to get better access to I-90 and also the bottom of Reserve Street. And just thinking in terms of dumping another, 1,000-ish units, which would mean probably 2,000 or so people, and that one day we'll develop the infrastructure to support it. I think that we got the cart before the horse. So there's the three main concerns is that one basic thing is the transportation systems and allowing us to have this an easy entrance and exit from our neighborhood. I think that's really getting to be put in place before we have a massive development take place. Secondly, the Hellgate Elementary, we put our kids through that school district, and, we've seen a lot of, I think, taxing on the resources there, and it's just, we have yet to really hear from how much can the school districts accommodate if we have that many more residents in our neighborhood, and what's going to come of that, from not only just the, building infrastructure, teachers, and everything goes along with it, but also how we pay for that. And then lastly, we spent a lot of our early life, as apartment dwellers, and, we lived in communities over in Bozeman where we literally could get around with a bicycle and burley carts and met our needs there. But we live in the town of Bozeman, and we can commute a couple miles to and from work and support ourselves through college that way. This is not the neighborhood for that. And we've heard it kind of, I know it's redundant, but we've heard how much this is a car-based community, and trying to imagine dumping that many vehicles into one concentrated area, because you ain't going to work north of here, you're going to work south of here. So like all of us already trying to get through that intersection and several stoplights, heavily congested coming off of Broadway as well, I think we really need to address expanding the Reserve Street corridor, adding a couple lanes each way before we take on these kind of developments in our neck of the woods. So with that, I yield my time. I appreciate you guys making this available to all of us to comment on this, and I hope that you, all of you, maybe take a little road trip up to our neighborhood and sit out here between 8 and 9:30 a.m. and maybe 4 to 5:30 p.m. and see what we're talking about before you make a decision on our lifestyle up here. So thanks. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. And we'll move on to the next comment.
Next caller will be 2190.
Hello, this is Joel Langford. I reside at 5508 Prospect Drive. I'm speaking to you today to register my strong support for current zoning of the parcels at Expo Parkway. I am opposed to the proposed zoning change for both of the parcels to RM1-45. My support for current zoning is based on superior compliance of current zoning with the Missoula City Growth Policy. I'd also echo Dave DeGrandprix's remark that the future land use map is a guide, not a future zoning map to reverse engineer. As I consider the proposal to rezone this area, I focused my thoughts on two primary goals of the growth policy. A, to create the maximum contribution of new residential units for future population growth, and B, substantially meet the other principles laid out in the growth policy. In my comments, I'd like to focus on the staff report from Missoula Development Services. I would, however, note that informed, thoughtful, and reasonable people can and will arrive at different findings of fact than those that might be found in the staff report. This does not mean that staff has not performed its job in an informed, thoughtful, and reasonable fashion, only that there is room for disagreement of interpretation of the growth policy. So, specifically, I would note that the conclusions in paragraphs 9, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 25 all indicate compliance or substantial compliance with the growth policy. I would argue that the current zoning of the parcel provides substantially superior compliance with all of these paragraphs with the growth policy. In some cases, the proposed zoning does not comply with the growth policy, and I disagree with the outcome that was located in the staff report. I would also note that agency comments at the end of the staff report include critical observations which are minimized in the analysis of staff. These comments are focused on traffic safety and the lack of city parks and amenities. Both Public Works and Metropolitan Planning note that the traffic study is inadequate. Metropolitan's planning states, quote, without access to transit and non-motorized facilities and with no significant destinations nearby, high-density development will create traffic impacts, but none of the benefits of density, end of the quote. These deficiencies and others noted this evening are fatal deficiencies in the proposed zoning to meet important safety and livability goals of the growth policy. Current zoning for Expo Parkway is substantially more compliant with livability, safety, pollution, transportation, and population growth goals in the growth policy. It also substantially meets the goal of increasing the number of housing units to prepare for future population increases in Missoula. So I urge you to reconsider and reject the proposed zoning changes to 2920 Expo Parkway and retain the current zoning. Those are my comments. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for the comment, Mr. Langford. We'll move on to the next speaker.
All right, the next caller in the list is phone number ending in 5556. You are unmuted.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aaron Nielsen. I'm an attorney at Christian, Sampson, and Baskett here in Missoula, and I represent the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Can you hear me? All right. Well, thank you all for your time. It's already kind of been a late evening, so I'm not going to take more time and rehash over the review criteria, but I'd like to reaffirm kind of the position that the Friends of Grant Creek made and what so many others have made in terms of primarily safety concerns. The Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation is in a kind of a unique position with where it's at right now. But before I get into that, I'd like to just point out a couple legal issues. One is that Missoula Code Section 20.85.030 puts the burden on the applicant to prove that the application complies with all the review criteria. And it also says that the application must address all the relevant review criteria. As I believe the Friends of Grant Creek pointed out, and what I'll reiterate is that Section G2 and G3, those are factors that the application needs to consider. It wasn't even addressed in the application. So legally, in terms of a procedural point, because the application was sufficient, it's the Elk Foundation's position that it should be denied just for that reason alone, let alone in the Elk Foundation's position that it doesn't satisfy many, if any, of these review criteria. And another kind of practical point is one of the third criteria that has to be addressed that wasn't is whether or not this application in the rezone is in the best interest of the city as a whole. The Elk Foundation has been there, as Grant noted, since 2002 when it purchased that land and built its building. It is one of Missoula's largest employers. It's concerned that this rezone, if approved, would put its employees, its customers, and the thousands of visitors that go see it every year at risk of safety, and it would create security issues for their business and operational issues. And so whether or not the Elk Foundation would actually even stay in its headquarters as opposed to move it to a different location out of Missoula is something that unfortunately it's weighing as a result of this. And as you can see from the sheer numbers of the volume of density with this application, if it were approved, would significantly impact their operations and these concerns that they have. And so it doesn't oppose the existing zoning for the property, but for these reasons, it thinks that the application should be denied. And I guess I would refer you back to the protest petition that we filed for further guidance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Nielsen. We'll move on to our next commenter.
Heather, unmute.
Good evening. My name is John Langstaff, Langstaff. I am a retired Missoula firefighter, and I am concerned about the wildfire situation in Upper Grant Creek where I live. I feel that our safety goals aren't compatible with a rezone, and for these reasons, especially evacuation. People up in the top live on a 2-lane road with no shoulders and only one way out. This is going to create a terrible bottleneck at the bottom of our creek when it comes time for us to evacuate from wildfire. And I think it is also going to compromise the response time that we receive from emergency responders. They will be threatened by people coming out, possible traffic accidents that ball up both exiting and entering on the 2-lane no-shoulder portion of Grant Creek. I'm also concerned about the water shuttling capacity when combined with structure fire response and hydrant access for both city and wildland units, which need a turnaround time of minutes in order to protect us. I'd point out there's a history of fire in Grant Creek. We have had 3 fires within the last 20 years up Grant Creek already. And as you saw in an earlier picture, we were clogged with looky-loos who blocked the highway coming in and out. And when it comes to evacuating our pets and livestock, there is no other solution than to go through the bottleneck at the bottom of Grant Creek.
Wildfire's not going to wait. So.
Yeah, wildfire's not going to wait for you to put more emergency response stations in our area, and we are already working hard to make our valley safe, including prescribed fire plans and individuals who have developed a safe fire zone around their homes. But just like the Paradise Fire in California and the Black Cat Fire in the Y area above I-90 and Highway 93, these have caused serious evacuation problems. People live in fear up here of the threat of wildfire. I don't think that you are considering our safety by supporting a rezone, and the only solution is to vote for no rezone and keep the zoning now in place. And I would just like to say transition zone and compatibility are in conflict when you try to guarantee our safety in Upper Grant Creek. I appreciate your time, and I support the Upper Grant Creek homeowners and opposing the rezone that would further congest our means of escape in case of life and death situations. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Langstaff. We'll move on to the next comment.
Caller with the last four ending 1964.
Further congest our means of escape in case of life and death.
Hello, my name is Ed Kowacek. I live at 8525 St. Vrain Way. It's approximately 3.1 miles up Grant Creek, up Colorado Gulch. I've lived up here for 30 years on St. Vrain Way. I moved to Missoula 49 years ago. I love Missoula. There was 29,000 people when I moved here in 71. I think we have 73, 4,000 or 5,000 now. And I welcome people to come live in Missoula. I hope my kids move back to Missoula someday, my grown kids. But I have to ask myself, when is enough enough? I totally agree with many of the earlier speakers, Mr. Graham, Mr. Nielsen, especially Karen Sippy, John Longstaff on the issue of fire. I fought wildland fire for a number of years for the U.S. Forest Service Smoke Jumper Organization. I know how quickly fire can move. A lot of us up here are preparing for that someday. I don't necessarily say we live in fear, because why would we live here if that was the case? But anyhow, it's something to consider. I've had all four of my children go to Hellgate Elementary and Big Sky High. I have traveled up and down the Grant Creek Reserve Street corridor probably 40 or 50,000 times in the 30 years I've lived here. I just do not see the added number of units that would be added through the rezoning to support the traffic, even with the addition of some extra lanes going out to the interstate. Just give you one example. Last week, I was traveling south on Reserve Street. There was an accident, I think somewhere in the approximate area of Senex, maybe a little further south of that. And as this was in the northbound lanes. And as I was traveling south, the traffic in both lanes of Reserve Street were backed up all the way to Spurgeon Road. People were not moving. And I don't even know how any response of the fire department or police department could get up Grant Creek in the event of a major fire. So that's a major concern of mine. As someone said earlier from the city, she said that the site is not perfect. So why are we going to force it? I agree with the original zoning. The original zoning that was for 158 single units and approximately 344 multi. Why do we have to double that, more than double that? And I'm just going to finish by saying enough's enough, and I oppose the rezoning of the Grant Creek Village area. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the comment, Mr. Kowacek.
I agree with the original zoning. The original zoning that was for
Okay, and the next caller in the list is 0686.
I oppose rezoning of the Grant Creek.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear
can.
you.
Just a reminder to
Hi,
everyone
this
else,
is-
if you could mute your phones, we're hearing some echo here, or maybe the speaker yourself.
I will do that. Thank you.
Okay.
My device is unmuted. Can you hear me?
I can. I think you fixed the echo, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is Wendell Beardsley. My wife Barbara and I live on Colorado Gulch Road in Grant Creek, where we have lived for 40 years. I would like to address a couple of the grounds under which I feel that the staff report is incomplete and insufficient, although I certainly respect all the hard work that Development Services has done on this project. There are two things that really concern me. One, Mr. Lindler addressed, and that is the lack of a public process. From the document A Place to Call Home, Meeting Missoula's Housing Needs, there's a great deal of language there that speaks to understanding public concerns and aspirations of the neighborhood, contacting neighborhood councils, neighborhood organizations, and so on. There isn't any mention in the report as to how or whether public comment was obtained or considered, although Mr. DeGrandpré in his verbal comments did address some of that. I know that there were over 60 individual letters sent by residents to Development Services. We hope those have all been reviewed and will be thoroughly considered. We also know that Friends of Grant Creek delivered 312 petitions, many with personal comments to Development Services back on July 12th. Mr. Lindler addressed the problem with the lack of neighborhood council comments, so I won't repeat that. The largest concern that we have, again, goes back, and I hope I'm not repeating too much, the lack of analysis of impacts on public safety. The review criterion for rezone request titled 20.85.050G asks whether the zoning is designed to secure safety from fire and other dangers. As I say, we've lived on Colorado Gulch now for 40 years. We have seen 3 significant wildfires, 2 of them within 300 yards of our home. We could see fire, flame, smoke, and so on from our backyard and out our windows. As Mr. Langstaff pointed out, wildfire experts warn that there will be a major fire in Grant Creek at some point. Once again, we have one way in, one way out on a very narrow, winding 2-lane road. A massive simultaneous evacuation from this valley will encounter a disastrous bottleneck as the upper valley traffic meets traffic coming out of Prospect, traffic out of the commercial area, and the several thousand vehicles associated with the proposed Grant Creek Village near I-90. Emergency response vehicles will likely encounter serious problems trying to enter our valley. There is no consideration of this most serious problem in the staff report. I think it has to be thoroughly reevaluated based on that. One, I would say an overall conclusion, and I have read the entire staff report in detail. The overriding criterion apparently used to judge the rezoning request was that trumping all others is maximum possible density per acre, regardless of other costs or values in the growth policy. I would urge that the current zoning be reaffirmed, that the rezoning proposal be rejected. Thank you very much. If there's any time left, I would yield to the next speaker.
Thank you for your comment. We will move on to the next speaker if there is one.
Okay, the next caller is phone number ending 2205.
Hello, my name is Mike Cole. I'm a resident of Corey Road in the Prospect subdivision. And I had 2 major concerns. Big one's already brought up is wildfire evacuation. And I am very concerned that the Emergency Services Department for the city did not comment on this evidently, or that the county did not comment on this. Because I've been involved in large fire suppression for about 50 years. And I still am involved with one of the national Type 1 teams here in the Northern Rockies. And I do know that 2017, we spent 30 days at Lolo Peak. We spent 2 or 3 weeks in 2013 on the Lolo Creek fire. And we did serious evacuations on both of those fires, not only during the daytime, but during the nighttime. And my biggest concern is that there hasn't been any analysis done on what the needs are from the DNRC, the Forest Service, or rural county, especially for the area above the city's jurisdiction in Grant Creek. So I think that's very lacking in this study. And I think the main issue is evacuations and access for firefighters. So not just city firefighters, but wildland firefighters. Another question, I've read most of the letters that have been coming through, and I have noticed that there's an issue with Stonebridge Road regarding, is it a public road or is it a private road? And other than that information in the letters, I haven't seen any analysis of that question, so I would like to see that taken care of. And I'll end my comments now. Those were the two main things, but particularly the wildland urban interface and issues in Grant Creek with a one-way in, one-way out. And I would reject the rezone, and I would go back to the original plan, which seemed to help the city achieve its goals in the long run, but not try to force the issue and see how many vehicles and people we could put into a gravel pit just because it's there. And just that little short area above I-90, you can talk about fixing Reserve Street, adding more lanes to Reserve Street, but because of the confinement in the area north of I-90, I don't see that there will ever be a way of fixing that issue unless there's technology we don't have now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the comment, Mr. Cole. We'll move on to the next speaker.
Next caller is number ending in 2717.
Hi, this is Dodie Moquin. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can. I'm sorry. Can you repeat your name one more time?
It's Dodie, D-O-D-I-E. Moquin, M-O-Q-U-I-N.
Thank you.
I moved here with my husband and our 3 children in 1987, and we live in Upper Grant Creek and have spent quite a lot of money mitigating our property because we do anticipate at some time a fire going through here. And we've been here for the 3 fires in the last 20 years. And 2 different years, we put so many of our belongings in storage in Missoula because we were afraid if a fire went through, we just might not have a house anymore. So in listening to all these comments, I first want to just say that what Aaron had to say about not thinking that Grant Creek is doing its part if we don't support the rezone is just, to me, very, very unfair, because we do support the existing zoning, which almost doubles our population. And to me, that is more than fair and more than doing our part. So I really, really disagree with Aaron on that, and I just needed to say that. I used to have nightmares about the fires here in Grant Creek and whether we would make it out. if we had to get into our car and drive out of Grant Creek. And living here for 30 years, I have absolutely seen an enormous increase in traffic. And just reiterate what has been said before, that oftentimes in peak areas, you see traffic backed up to Stonebridge Road and waiting for 2 or 3 traffic lights to get through. So I think even before we build on the original zoning, there's already too much traffic here in Grant Creek. And we have to face reality that there is only one way in and one way out. And I completely believe that if this rezone is approved, our safety during an evacuation will be very much compromised. And I feel it is enormously irresponsible to approve the rezone. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you for your comment.
You're welcome. Thank you for listening.
Yeah. And we'll move.
Vince, you were muted for a moment.
Oh, yeah, sorry. All I said was we'll move on to the next commenter if there is anyone in line.
Okay. Next caller is phone number ending in 4241.
Hi, this is Kim Burke, B-I-R-C-K. I've lived in Grant Creek since 1986. I served on the neighborhood council leadership team for a number of years and also on the board of the Friends of Grant Creek, but I am speaking as an individual tonight. I want to thank you all on the planning board for your time, for turning out for these meetings. I know they're long and sometimes tedious. I wish ours was as easy as the first one, which everyone agreed met all the goals and the criteria and had just a little minor problem with parking that was solved and everybody went away happy. Unfortunately, this situation isn't as easy as that one, and I'm seriously concerned that we don't even have enough information to go forward from this point. But I would like to comment on a few things. I attended a leadership team meeting which the developer also attended by telephone, and his take on the zoning that exists now was that he could put exactly as many units there under current zoning as he could with the rezone. The only difference would be that he could do a nicer project with the rezone because he could go 10 feet taller. And I believe he or his representatives did not do him any favors in their due diligence when he purchased or optioned the property, because the existing zoning is a split zoning that has been modified by Title 20, which is the law of the land, to reflect the most restrictive designation on each of the two parcels, which would mean the entire northern parcel would be single-family homes and the entire southern parcel would be 3-story apartments. But he believed at that meeting, I don't know if anyone has set him straight, he believed that existing zoning allowed him the same number of units and he's only asking for a height change. I would say that that is not a correct interpretation of existing zoning, and I don't know why he was not informed of the current zoning at some point in the process. And I'm not sure why his representatives didn't take the opportunity to make a presentation at the start of this hearing. But anyway, my questions are, what is the maximum height and the number of units that are allowed under the current zoning? And how does the process make that clear to purchasers or owners of properties with split zoning that was modified by Title 20? So I hope that that might be researched at some point before the decision about this property is made. I would agree with Wendell Beardsley that this public participation process is not normal. It's been lacking because virtual hearings are challenging. I'm sitting in my car sweating buckets by the library to get a good enough Wi-Fi connection so I can watch YouTube and talk on the phone at the same time. I know there's an older population in Grant Creek that's very technologically challenged and probably isn't participating at all. As Bert said, we would have had hundreds, more than 100 at a neighborhood council meeting. We have 30 apparently at this meeting, so it's not adequate. Also, development staff took the week off before this, so we were unable to ask questions, kind of inconvenient. And the Office of Neighborhood was also out of the office, although one of them did return my phone call. So the original zoning process, which I participated in back in 1995, and also when Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation got their rezone to put in their process in 2002, I believe, the original zoning process set up a transitional zone of single-family homes, very much like Prospect, between Prospect and the planned apartment strip. And the
Brooke,
people
I'd like
who
to
bought in...
remind you that 3 minutes have passed, so if you could finish up your comments,
Okay,
we'd
I'll
appreciate
finish
it.
my sentence. I'll finish my sentence then. The people who bought in Prospect bought on the understanding that that was a zoning and it's a violation of trust to change that zoning without requiring single-family homes there. The planning board has an opportunity to advocate for planning instead of rubber stamping more housing units in a vehicle-dependent area just because Missoula needs housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Burke. We'll move on to the next commenter if there are any in line.
Okay, and just so we're aware of where we're at, we have 4 people who are in the lobby. I'm going to admit them now, so it might not be quite as smooth just because there might be a little lag time. So just as an awareness for everyone in the meeting right now. Caller 5224. But you just bounced in my list. There you are again. 5224. I'm unmuting you. You've been admitted to the meeting and you are welcome to comment.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Joe Hertig. I live on 2523 Comstock Court in Grant Creek. I really appreciate all of your time this evening and willingness to listen to us. Frankly, it's beyond me that we're even debating this issue of changing the zoning for this property. I do agree with the existing zoning, and I do agree with building more housing so that people have a place to live in this town. We live in a beautiful spot. Just a couple of issues that I have with some of the presentations. First, the services are not there now, but we're expected to believe that they will be there at some point in time. Frankly, they're going to build these things in a couple of years, and we're going to have all of these people, and we're not going to have the services, and nor will we for any time in the near future. Transportation is a huge issue. Any of us that live up here and go through 3 lights at 5 minutes apiece, that's 30 minutes you're sitting at a light just to get out of your neighborhood. I can't even imagine what it's going to be like when we build 1,195 units. If you figure 1.5 cars per unit, that's 1,700 additional cars coming out of our neighborhood. I don't even know how we're going to get everybody in and out. I also wonder, no one's addressed, Mississippi did address the fact that Grant Creek runs along the east side of this development. I'd like to know, has there been any environmental impact study done on what this will do to the creek and the fishery in the creek? It's already tenuous. We're going to be adding acres of blacktop, not to mention the soot from the cars and all that. The other thing I'd like to say, and someone else mentioned this, and I apologize, but I felt like I had to reiterate it. Ms. Pehan, I don't appreciate the insinuation that we just don't want this in our backyard and that we're not doing our part. As I said, I am for the current zoning the way it stands, as are pretty much everybody else that has commented this evening. We just want to be smart about it, and we just don't want to destroy our neighborhood.
Again, I appreciate your time this evening. I am for the current zoning, and I am strongly against changing the zoning. Thanks so much.
Thanks for your comments, Mr. Hurtig. We'll move on to our next speaker.
Okay, the next caller, I am admitting from the lobby. Last four of the phone number, 2394. Caller 2394, you're welcome to comment.
My name is, yes, hello. My name is Court Perry, and I'd like to comment about opposing the rezone. Did you get my name?
Thank you, Mr. Perry. You can continue with your comment.
Okay. Yes. I would just like to start with saying we specifically moved to the Grant Creek area because of quality of life and because of the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and the location of the hotels. And just want to say, I appreciate the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation phoning in and doing their comments because it's such an important part of Missoula. And if you've never been to that location, it's just a great spot that they have developed, and the areas around it are special. It's not just a path, it's actually out in the wilderness. Throwing up apartment buildings right next to that is just going to ruin what they have there. And again, this is quality of life that we're talking about, and specifically moving here because it was zoned the way it was. We're not opposed to having more condos and other housing there. It's just so that they fit what we have. And why do we have this growth policy if, as Dave's saying, it does to all of the requirements? And along with Aaron, I disagree with the housing issue. We have that space. Let's take it for what it has and use that rather than, packing as much as we can in this area. Plenty of other spots around Missoula to take care of. And finally, let's just talk about North Reserve beyond south of I-90, specifically Broadway Reserve, Reserve, and those are overwhelmed as it is. Adding those things, especially I have a high school student, trying to get to Big Sky High School in the evening is almost an hour commute. As Dave was saying, infrastructure is not here, and it won't be for a long time, and it's just ruining our quality of life here in Missoula. I know the housing issue is important, but we need to also focus on what we have and build that infrastructure. And I would appreciate you guys taking that to heart and just saying no to that rezone. So appreciate your time, and that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. For our next speaker.
The next caller, I've just admitted from the lobby, phone number ending in 3124. If I can find you in the list, I will unmute you. All right, you are unmuted, caller 3124.
Hi, my name's Matt Johnson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Johnson.
Hi, my name is Matt Johnson, and I live with my family in the Grant Creek Old Quarry neighborhood. We've lived here for 5 years. I'd just like to state that I do not support the rezone of these parcels, and I specifically agree with the Friends of Grant Creek presentation and the comments of Joel Langford. The existing zoning makes a lot of sense in regards to density, the tapering of the density as you travel from Expo Parkway to the Old Quarry neighborhood, and the existing zoning is also a better fit for the area's character. I also take specific exception to the comments by Aaron that stated that Grant Creek is not doing their part by embracing the higher density rezoning. I support the existing rezoning and responsible development that not only tries to help solve the housing shortage that we have, but also balances safety and the character of neighborhoods. You can't just use a shortage of housing to go to the maximum density for any vacant area and not consider any of the other factors. When I purchased my home 5 years ago, I specifically researched the zoning of this parcel before purchasing my home, and the strip of single family development that separated the old Quarry neighborhood from the higher density portion made a lot of sense to me, and I fully support the existing zoning and do not support the rezone. And that's it.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Johnson. And we will move on to our next speaker in the list.
Next caller is phone number ending in 3956. And you are unmuted. Caller 3956, if you have a comment, you may give it now.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thanks.
Okay, I'm sorry. I, for some reason, still hear somebody else giving comment.
Good. If you could mute the device that you may be watching the YouTube channel on, that might help.
Yes, I will do that.
And would you mind stating your name for the record?
Now. Yes, my name is Laura Farron.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I know that this meeting has gone on a while now. I appreciate everyone's comments. My husband and I are relatively new residents of Grant Creek, and we specifically purchased our home because we love the Grant Creek area, specifically the wilderness urban interface, and really love the neighborhood. I'd like to just, I think everyone's maybe said it better than I have already, but I would like to specifically reaffirm the Friends of Grant Creek position, specifically in regards to safety of Grant Creek residents in case of a fire or in case medical personnel need to access Grant Creek, and the concerns that others have raised regarding crowding and transportation issues at Hellgate Elementary. I strongly oppose the rezoning and support the current zoning, which allows for high density development in the area. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comment. And we'll move on to our next speaker. I believe we have one or two more in line.
I believe we just have one last caller in the lobby, unless someone else joins. Caller 2706, you've been admitted to the meeting. You could mute the device you're listening to the meeting on. It'll eliminate the echo, and then you could identify yourself and offer comment.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Thank you.
This is
Andrea Felton.
I'm sorry,
I am a resident. I'm sorry, Andrea Felton, F as in Fred, E-L-T-O-N.
Thank
I'm a resident of Grant Creek and oppose the proposed rezone. I have concerns that the growth policy is not being closely followed, and I'd like to specifically hear how the residential allocation map on page 41 of the community profile section in the growth policy. I'd like to know how that comes into play. To me, there seems to be a discrepancy between the land use designation map and the residential allocation map. So I'd like to see that addressed. And I agree with what many of the residents have had to say about opposing the rezone and supporting the current zoning. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Ms. Felton. And Heather, is there anyone left in the waiting room from the public who would like to speak?
I believe that is everyone. We've made it through the list of callers.
Okay. And Mr. Abeline, I believe, would also like to speak. If you could give him the floor for 3 minutes.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
All right. Yes, this is Bob Ablin. I prepared the traffic impact study for this project. I appreciate you guys giving me an opportunity to talk about some of the traffic issues that a lot of the residents discussed and things that were actually kind of addressed in the traffic report. But obviously, we can spend a lot of time discussing traffic and talking about some of the details here. But I'll try to keep this reasonably quick, but there's, the traffic impact study is fairly long and detailed. There's a lot of information in there if you start digging into it. But just a couple things that did jump out at me that I wanted to address tonight with you guys. There was one thing I'll just address really quickly. I think Mr. Cox had a comment about some of the traffic data that we used in the report and why we had not included the 2019 traffic information from MDT in the original traffic report for the project. That actually has a very simple answer in that we prepared the traffic report last fall, or the original traffic report last fall. At that point, the 2019 data just wasn't available from MDT. It's usually not available until the following year for those MDT traffic counts. And regarding the traffic volume changes that showed, the data was a little funny, but it actually did fit with historic trends. The traffic volumes really have not changed in that area very much over the last 10 years. I have 10 years of traffic data from MDT for all the different roads that lead into there, all 4 ramps on I-90 and on Reserve. So we have traffic data for all of the vehicles funneling into that road. And for the most part, they were very consistent over the last 10 years, except for one spot. There was one location where it jumped from 2,000 vehicles a day in 2018 to 5,000 vehicles a day in 2019. And that seems, that's somewhat of a concerning thing, but doesn't tell the full story. And the full story there is that if you look back at the historic data on that exact same section, back 10 years ago, it was 5,000 cars a day and was consistently 5,000 cars a day for about 6 years until it, for some reason, dropped to 2,000 for a couple of years and then back up to 5,000. So that tells me that there's just some weird inconsistency with that data. And I basically just kind of threw that information out because it's not consistent with any of the other information that was provided by MDT. And I said this, it's actually consistent with the older historic data. So I just more or less ignored it for the latest report update. But that's just a little bit of housekeeping. So talking about traffic, there's a lot of concern about traffic exiting that area, and that is absolutely a thing that I noted too. I sat those intersections for several hours watching what was going on. Yes, traffic was absolutely backing up past Starbucks, past Expo Parkway when things were really busy. That was absolutely an issue.
Mr. Ablin, I want to let you know that you're at 3 minutes.
Oh, geez. Yeah, I'll try to be as fast as I can with this little bit of extra information here then.
Thanks.
So there is currently a large backup of traffic. Now, what we have going on here, which is a very big deal, is the MBT improvements to that intersection. Starting later this summer and fall, MBT is going to be doing a massive improvement at that intersection to increase the capacity of the lanes coming southbound out of Grant Creek Road. There's going to be another through lane and another right turn lane where you're going to be able to go directly onto I-90. And the impact of those improvements are tremendous. Right now, that in the current configuration, that intersection is operating at a level of service D in the morning. It's got 50 seconds of delay. It's backing up a lot. You're getting about 600, 800 feet of backup on that road. Based on the new configuration that MBT is proposing for that location, we modeled all of the current and future traffic volumes using actually an MBT model that they prepared for this project and the other projects on reserve, and used all the same information that MBT was using. And that all shows that with those lane improvements, your delay goes way down. You ended up about 35 seconds of delay per vehicle with the current traffic, and a maximum queue length or normal maximum queue length of about 250 feet, which doesn't even reach back to the Starbucks right there. So basically, with the new configuration, you should almost never see a car stacked up past Starbucks. That's what the current configuration is going to allow. Now, very interestingly, if we go and said, hey, let's put on all of this traffic from the project, which could very much potentially be up to 5,000 cars a day from the development going onto that road. With that added traffic, which is, we'll absolutely admit that's a very large increase in traffic on that section of road. But if you run the numbers on that, the way the capacity of that intersection with those improvements, your overall delay with the extra 5,000 cars a day only goes up 2 seconds per vehicle, and your backup, your queue length, which is everyone's concerned about the queue length, that goes from basically 250 feet to 290 feet. So with all those extra cars, you are only getting about 40 more feet of queue length at that intersection. So that's really speaking to how much more capacity that intersection is going to have once MBT gets those improvements done. And that should be online, I think either at the end of this year or probably next spring. Those will all be in there, and most of the existing traffic concerns will be essentially completely eliminated, and you'll have tremendous capacity for some extra growth out there. There's the question of the emergency plan. How do you clear our cars out from there? That's probably something that's worth discussing. But again, with those extra lanes there, you're going to be able to get a huge amount of traffic out of that area. It's probably like a lot of people said, it's probably worth developing a good traffic plan to get those vehicles out of that area. But that's something you can do with special emergency signal timings and some lane restrictions to make sure that you can keep traffic flowing out of there. And I'm turning way past 3 minutes now. If you guys have any specific questions, I'm very happy to answer them. But I definitely wanted to clear up those couple of points as we go along here. So that's what I have for now, unless you have more questions for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ablin. And just for the record, we did allow you to go past 3 minutes, mostly because you were on the developer team, and the developer team did not make a presentation tonight. But Mr. Ablin, if you do stick around, there may be additional questions. I think potentially that could be appropriate for you to respond to in the future.
I'm happy to stick around.
Okay, Heather, are there any other, or to the general public, is there anyone else who would like to make a comment on this item? Heather, do you have anyone in the waiting room that you see? I see we just had an additional person enter. I don't know if it was a new person or someone who had dropped off.
Yeah, I thought I saw someone enter the lobby. I'm just gonna double check the list of phone numbers real quick to make sure we've received comment from everyone in the room. There is one back in the lobby. So I will admit them if you'd like to take that public comment at this time.
Yes, please.
It's a little bit of lag. Caller 0322. You've just joined the meeting. I'm going to unmute you so you can give comment. Caller 0322. I think we lost them. It might be a bad connection. They're popping on and off.
Okay, we'll give them another chance to call in before we move on, because since they will be likely the last person to speak in the public hearing. Okay, about 2 minutes have gone by. I think at this point, Heather, is there anyone else in the waiting room who is indicating they'd like to speak?
There is not at this time.
Okay. I just heard a sound. Was that someone entering or calling in?
Chat.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, with that, we will, oh my gosh, we just got someone calling in. Do you see this, Heather?
Caller 1476. You've been admitted to the meeting and you are unmuted. If you have a comment to make, you may do so now. Please identify yourself by name.
Hi, Kevin Davis.
Hi, Mr. Davis.
Hi, Vince. Can you hear me?
Can, yeah.
Excellent. Thanks, Planning Board. Thanks, City staff. and all those who presented tonight, and especially to my fellow neighbors in Grant Creek. I may be the last one. I'll try to hurry up. I apologize. I dropped my line a couple of times, but I think I heard everyone. So I'm Kevin Davis. I'm a 30-year resident of Missoula. I met my wife of 23 years here on the U of M campus, where we both earned our degrees. I founded a financial technology company in 2003, and my wife and I still own and operate that. We're proud to have raised our 2 kids through the Missoula school systems, starting with Hellgate Elementary School and area high schools, and now they're off to college. So I've got more time on my hands, and I've been fortunate to serve on the Grant Creek Trails Association board the last 7 years. I've presided over that board the last few years. I've served on the Missoula Economic Partnership Board for the last 3 years. I've served as an elected volunteer, as a business representative for the Grant Creek Neighborhood Leadership Team, and I am currently chairing the Friends of Grant Creek board. I'm so proud and pleased of my colleagues that serve on the board, the Friends of Grant Creek board, who have spoken tonight, who have put in so much time in recent weeks to meet and present, and especially to Karen Sippy and R.T. Cox tonight. So I'll just echo virtually everything that everyone said to oppose the rezoning and support the existing zoning. And I'll just say, I'll touch on 2 points that I don't think that have been, and that is, how has the developer been able to move dirt significantly well beyond the depths of 3 feet that I understand are the limitations without having obtained building permits at the 2920 Expo Parkway address so far? And then I'd love to have another conversation, or probably our board would, with Mr. Avalon and his comments tonight, in using the words of tremendous improvements projected and traffic models. I'd love to see those models. I've personally, in my community work, been asking for traffic safety studies the last several years through MDT and other consultants, and we keep being told someday we may see it, and someday we may see traffic models to safely accommodate the projected immense amounts of traffic volumes to accommodate these tens of thousands of residents, additional residents projected in future years. So those are my comments, mostly to thank everyone, to address this very complex issue, and again to strongly consider opposing the rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And with that, we'll move on to any additional people who have entered the meeting who might like to speak. Heather, is there anyone else who's in the waiting room who would like to speak? I did not hear a response, but I will give it a few more seconds here in case there's anyone else from the public who'd like to speak.
Yeah, I do not believe we have anyone else in lobby.
Okay, then we will close the public hearing on this item. And at this point, we will take a 5-minute break. We've been going for more than 3 hours here. In a normal planning board meeting, this would be past 10 o'clock. So I think it's time for a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene around 9:17. And at that point, we'll begin questions from planning board members of staff and developer. Okay. Well, it's hard for me to tell if all the planning board members are here. Peter and Sean, are you both here? Could you indicate if you are? Okay, great. Hear from Sean. We'll wait from Peter. Okay, it looks like we've got all planning board members back from our break. I hope that we also have everyone else who's stuck around. It looks like our meeting size has reduced a little bit. But so at this point in the meeting, the public hearing is closed on the item. And at this point, it's time for planning board members to ask questions of planning, city staff, city planning staff, and or the developer. In the hopes of moving this item along tonight, in the hopes of getting a motion passed on the item, we'd ask that this period be used for questions, and then at a certain point, I'll ask for a motion to be made, to be put on the table after all of our questions have been resolved. And once a motion is on the table and approved, at that point, we will open the floor for planning board members to have a discussion. So I say this is, I think that the way this process will move the most smoothly, but I don't want you to feel like you should speak if you'd like to speak, but just please take this guideline into mind as we move forward. So with that, I think I have Stephanie as the first person in line to ask a question. Stephanie, could you please take the floor?
Sure. I just have one quick question, actually, and Vince, it might be for you. I have a question because I remember we've had discussions about bus lines along Reserve Street for many different discussions in planning board. And one thing I recall you saying is that that sometimes where buses go is based on demand. And so bus routes can't get to places until there is a critical number of trips to that place to make it feasible for the bus line. Was I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I think you were. I mean, we struggle at Mountain Line or in transit with a lot of the same issues that were discussed tonight relating to whether or not as a public service we should lead development or follow it after it occurs. So we tend to do both, and we have to do both. For the most part, we follow development, but in our planning documents, we're trying to do a better job of leading development and anticipating where it may occur, so that when something like this happens, we aren't caught flat-footed in responding to how the community actually develops.
Mm-hmm. But I guess do you think that like if there were more people out there with a demand for bus, would there be more likelihood that a Mountain Line route might go out to this area to service it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, if this development were to occur at the increased density, it would make the likelihood that it would increase the pressure for us to actually implement a line that served the area. As it is now, it's really tough for us to justify a route that serves a neighborhood of 500 people, to run a route all the way, up past I-90. In our long-term plan, we developed a network that would, serve the community's growth largely through transit lines that run along through the North Reserve Scott Street area, along Howard Razor Boulevard. And we did include one line, the 15A line, that potentially could go up to Grant Creek. We run every 30 minutes. These are, long-term. So it has been contemplated by the agency, but it is, there would still need to be triggers that would be met for that line to become a reality. And it would be a very long-term process.
Cool, thank you. I appreciate the answer there. I think everything else I wanted to share was just some comments, so I'll just step back and let the meeting move on. Thank you for the time.
Great. So I might be missing something here. I don't see anyone having used the hand raise function. So if you did use the hand raise function, please don't use that anymore to indicate your desire to speak. If you would like to speak, please indicate in the chat box your desire to speak, and we'll give the floor to you. Okay, Caroline Lauer.
Thanks, Vince. I have another transportation question. The first is about where the North Reserve Scott Street master plan stands in terms of phasing. That was mentioned as something that could be coming in the future. I reviewed it and saw it was passed in 2016, but wasn't sure where we are in the update of that. And then a question probably for Aaron Wilson is, how would this proposed development impact our transportation goal of 50% sustainable trips by 2045? Thanks.
Well, do you want me to, this is Aaron, I can jump in. And maybe I'll start with the mode split goal question, which is a really hard one to answer, because I think that is not based just in this development, but what happens sort of all over the city. And when you look at sites like this, I think the context of what's going on around it is really important in terms of what sorts of options people have, not just in transportation facilities, but in destinations that are walkable or destinations that are bikeable. So, thinking about how the North Reserve area redevelops in the future, and is that going to be a walkable destination for this particular development? And can we make the right trail connections to places like downtown or the core of the city so that people can make bike trips? Because honestly, it's pretty close to the core. I think it's maybe 2.5 miles from downtown, which on a bike is a 15 or 20-minute bike ride. It's certainly within the realm of fairly easily bikeable if you have the facility that people are comfortable and gets you to the destinations you want. Other areas like the Mullen area master plan is about a mile. That whole area is about a mile away, and there's a plan for a lot of mix of uses, and there will be more employment and more housing and destinations there. So creating that trail or good connections from this location to that again, a mile, that's probably walkable for a lot of people. It's easily bikeable. So that's those modes. And then when it comes to transit, I think the key, Vince could probably talk more about that. But what we look at is, is there a density high enough to support transit service? And so, you want to look at not both where you have transit service planned, and are you going to have the right density, and are you going to have the right destinations connected to that to be able to get people not just that they're riding the bus, but they're taking the bus someplace that they want to go. So all of those things are going to play a role. Like this development will be a piece of that, but all of those other things are going to determine whether or not we can hit our mode split goal. And I think we're working on all of those. And this area is certainly kind of on the perimeter of where we're, what we would consider sort of the core of the city. So it's probably not a very satisfying answer, but that's, thinking big picture, how this area fits into that, looking at making sure we have the right densities and mix of uses to support transit, looking at those other plans to make sure we have the right transportation infrastructure planned, and then figuring out a way to fund them when there's a whole host of other needs around the region. So yeah, I don't know if that answered your question, but.
No, I knew it was a difficult question and couldn't be isolated to this one development, but that's helpful context. So thank you for that.
And then I don't know if your question about the North Reserve Scott Street, if there's anyone who could answer that. Your question was where we're at in the implementation of that plan, or the development?
Yeah, thinking about the phasing of the bike and ped infrastructure that is highlighted in that. I think it said 0 to 7 years implementation timeline, so I wasn't sure where we were on that.
Yeah, and I think that district's just starting to get going. It takes a while for the tax increment to start building up and for there to be capacity, enough development to build the capacity to make those additional investments. I think it's now at the point where it's starting to generate revenue with some of the development that's happening, particularly on North Reserve and then sort of in the Scott Street area. And so I think we'll start to see some of those investments. And I think we already are, where the city's looking at investing in affordable housing over by Scott Street. That's going to create the need for additional connectivity between North Reserve, Scott Street, downtown, all those places. So to me, I can't answer that as well as someone like Ellen Buchanan could, but it feels like we're finally at the point where there are starting to be investments made and it's building momentum, and some of those investments will start to happen more in the coming years.
Okay, next up is Sean McCoy.
Thanks, Vince. So I actually have a question that I don't think has been raised at all, and I am curious about the irrigation ditch that runs through this property and whether there is any information about that ditch and whether it's going to be impacted by this development in any way. And part of the reason I bring this up is because my irrigation ditch here at my house was impacted by development of apartment complexes, and we no longer get water from our ditch because that housing development didn't do all the required things that were necessary to keep water flowing downstream. And in order to get water to us now, it is a long, project that, is not going to happen. The ditch company can't even afford, I think, as far as I know, to do that. But I'm just wondering about that ditch, the requirements to keep it flowing, and, like if that's on anybody's mind at all. Thanks.
I might be able to address that, although possibly not in a satisfactory manner, Sean. I don't know that much about it. It's not one of the review criteria that we have on a zone change. I guess like any other water rights in Montana, they're addressed under the DNRC, and I don't know that the city has a role. Maybe the developer could speak to it if there have been any discussions. I don't know, I guess, is my answer. If there are any plans. I don't know if there are water rights from the ditch associated with this property or not, or whether they're just downstream. So maybe Mike or any of the development team, if you're able and willing to weigh in, you might be able to help.
Yeah, this is Cody Swartz with Voith Engineering. I'm the civil engineer on the project. I just wanted to quickly chat on that, Sean. The irrigation ditch is upstream from all proposed development, so we won't be affecting it in any way. There's no modifications going on above the irrigation ditch, so we will not be impacting it at all.
Okay,
great. Keep it from leaking.
Yeah, we have talked about maybe lining the ditch in some areas as the project moves further and closer towards the ditch. We'd mine it to make sure that it's not leaking and more of the water can be delivered to the people that need that water.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions from planning board members? Peter, please take the floor.
So I got a question to the developers. Is the 45-foot
height important to you guys? And if it weren't, would we be talking about a different zoning regulation?
Hi, sure. This is Mike Morgan, the architect for the applicant. The 45-foot height limit is important because we're leaving a majority of the property undeveloped. There's only a small, well, let's not put it that way. There's a flat area that's developable. And so we want to develop where the land is obviously an appropriate place to develop and leave the rest of the area to not be developed. And so 45 feet allows that appropriate density level that we're striving for, which is in balance with what the growth policy is striving for as well, as far as land use on that in that location. So it'd be very helpful.
Great, Josh. I'll give you the floor to ask a question.
Sure. I think this question is for Dave. Dave, in the staff report, it says that the application, you say that it does not comply with all applicable statements, goals, and objectives of the growth policy, but that on balance, it does comply to a large degree. Where are some of those areas where it does not comply? And can you just provide some color on why you believe that it complies sufficiently for, to earn your recommendation?
Sure. Well, a growth policy, it's a general document. It's a general plan, general policy document. It has lots of general policy statements. It has lots of more specific goals, and then much more specific objectives and even action strategies. So it's a plan with lots of different flavors, so to speak. The growth policy talks in places where it might not comply. In any, just a bit of context, any development is going to probably comply with some of the goals, policies, and objectives of the growth policy and not comply with others. So this is a bit of a subjective review, in my opinion. The growth policy sets forth kind of a vision of a compact development pattern of not sprawling out, of not, going into agricultural land or natural resources, not going into floodplains, promoting a walkable kind of mixed use type development pattern, a more dense development pattern, going up as opposed to going out. And so, the zoning does allow. So, and one thing I also want to let you all know and remind you of, I suppose, is what we're talking about is a rezoning. Okay, we're not talking necessarily about a specific development project. Okay, and so it's I know it's hard to differentiate. I know that we're kind of and we can't simply ignore what the developer has put forth, but the zoning does allow multifamily housing. It does allow also several commercial type land uses, things like personal improvement, like a place where you might take guitar lessons, or where you might get your hair cut or get your nails done, or a place where you might take your kids for a daycare or a preschool and that sort of thing. So there's an opportunity in the zoning for it to be a mix of uses between commercial and residential. Now, what we've seen so far and what the application talks about is really a single type use. It's a multifamily residential. And so I would say that, there are policy statements in the growth policy. Let me just go through the staff report a little bit. Okay, so one policy statement is reduce reliance on single occupancy vehicles and continue support for expansion of public transportation and cycling/walking systems. So, initially, if there isn't transit, if there isn't sufficient bike and ped access to link to other parts of the community, I would say that this proposal would not comply with that policy statement, because it would really kind of perpetuate single occupancy vehicles. As Vince and Aaron have talked, vehicle trips, I mean. So as Vince and Aaron have talked about a little bit tonight, there's a cart and a horse issue. And how does this all come together? Do you have to have all those facilities set up initially, or can you approve a zoning and then over time, as demand occurs, You know, do you then build the facilities in conjunction with the developer, in conjunction with other financial sources? So anyway, that's one. And there are several others that are pointed out in the staff report. Let's see. You know, but I guess so. Hopefully that answers your question on some of the, you know, kind of policy statements, but it also complies in several other areas. You know, it does support, as Aaron Pehan talked about tonight, some of the city's housing goals. It would provide, you know, there are lots of other goals, as you read in the staff report, that it does address. And so one thing that I think is important for your consideration is, you know, the Montana court system, and in particular the Supreme Court, have decided that a growth policy is important. And a growth policy, there's a standard, a judicial standard. And I'm not a lawyer, but I've read lots of court cases for land use over the years. And, you know, ultimately, a rezoning, a development proposal must substantially comply with the growth policy. That's the standard. It doesn't mean it needs to adhere 100% down the line, needs to comply with every single goal and objective and policy. It needs to substantially comply. And so how do you figure that out? It's kind of, you're weighing it, right? You're looking at, you know, the future land use map. And I do believe that this proposal substantially complies with the future land use map. You're also looking at some of the goals and policies, vision statements, objectives. Again, it's a bit subjective, but, you know, I think that's the weighing that you all need to do. You need to kind of look at the growth policy and look at the staff report and decide for yourselves whether you believe it substantially complies with the growth policy. I know that's a little vague. It's not formulaic necessarily. It's not 1 + 1 = 2, in other words, but I think that's the standard that we're looking at.
Great, thank you. That's why I think your color is so important, because it's not formulaic. So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask a few things that were brought up by members of the public during the public comment period. First, there was one person spoke to a lawyer, I believe, the insufficiency of the application. Dave, could you talk to that point?
I can. This is an interesting one, and it just came to our attention that the lawyer actually pointed out. So Title 20 has specific review criteria. And let me see if I can, shoot, I had internet problems earlier and I lost connection. But two of the criteria are, I believe, meant to comply, or sorry, to apply to zone. There are two types of zoning amendments. One's a map amendment, which is what we're looking at right now. So changing the zoning designation on a particular property. Another type of zone change is a text amendment, where you might take the text of the zoning. What it might have to do with parking, it might have to do with setbacks, it might have to do with landscaping, lots of different issues. You might amend that. So Title 20 has two different sections. Let me see. I did write it down. Please bear with me. Oh, and actually, I've got it here on my PowerPoint here slide. I'm going to share the screen for just. You asked that I put this up earlier anyway. All right, can you all see that screen?
Yes.
All right, cool. So the last two items, 6 and 7. Does the zoning amendment correct an error / inconsistency or meet the challenge of changing conditions? And number 7, in the best interest of the city, is the zone change in the best interest of the city as a whole? The development application that Development Services has does not request that the developer or the applicant address these two issues. And however, the zoning, Title 20, does say that these are two of the criteria that need to be addressed. So I corresponded with Mary McRae during the meeting tonight, and she looked up an ordinance from back in 2009, I believe. Second, please. Okay, let's see. She says, I'd asked her the specific question. She said, found it in ordinance 3439, criteria number 2 and 3, which are these two that I just pointed out, which are listed as 6 and 7 here on your screen, apply only to text amendments as of 2010. So it may be, I don't know the answer. I guess what I'm sensing is that there may have been a change that was made to the ordinance, but it was not put into Unicode or put into the our current, what we have published, and so therefore is not shown on the application. So I can tell you for certain that the developer did not address those two questions because they're not shown on the application, and I'm under the impression that those two criteria were eliminated back in 2009, but I don't know that for a fact. We haven't done, thorough enough research. It was just Mary looking at, doing some research tonight. So I guess it's a pretty inconclusive answer, but that's what I have for you.
Okay, thanks. Another question that was asked was about the fire risk and evacuation risks. That was brought up by a lot of the comments that we received prior to the meeting in several different ways relating to the wildland urban interface and the single point of access to the neighborhood and the existing traffic congestion. Could you speak to those concerns at all, or someone else?
Well, I can give it a try. Sure. That is a concern of mine as well. I mean, it's one way in, one way out, just like several of the commenters and probably dozens of the written comments indicate. We specifically asked for comments from Missoula County Office of Emergency Management. They responded with no comment. We specifically requested comment from the Municipal Fire Department. It wasn't addressed to the comments. They were more interested in kind of the International Fire Code. And the police provided comments as well, city police. It didn't address it at all. So, it's I think common sense would tell you that this might be a real issue. There is wildland urban interface up the drainage where this property is located. It's located very close. So is public safety for these particular residents, would that be an issue? If there was a wildland fire up the drainage, probably not. But we also have to think about, the residents that are up the drainage as well and how this may or may not impact them. I guess, again, I don't have probably the most satisfactory answer. No one told me that it was perfectly safe, but no public safety expert indicated that it was a concern either. So I recognize that lots of members of the public have that concern. There could be a bottleneck. I know that some plans, I spoke with Jeremy Keene, the public works director for the city, a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about, the potential to develop another access out of the Grant Creek area, possibly near Expo Parkway headed west and then under the interstate. Obviously, that's just in the discussion phase. There are no concrete plans for that. I recognize it's a concern, but I don't have public safety professionals telling me that it's an issue that is sufficient to act upon.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Shane, I'd like to give you the floor, ask a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe understand from the developers if there were any other zoning categories that were considered here. The RM 145 is pretty highly specific to residential with some conditional uses for other light commercial uses. And I guess one of the ways to maybe try to mitigate trips out of the area would be to provide more amenity within the area. And I wondered if that was considered at all.
The consideration for the RM 145 is probably something I learned on my last project. We did some 4-story and some 3-story, and to get density, you have to just stack the 3 stories side by side. There wasn't enough room to take your dog out. There was no yard plan. So when I came to Mike with this property, we looked at the 4 stories so we can create that. We recognize now that a majority of our tenants have pets. And there's on most of the new complexes, there's not a place for the pets to let them go outside and go to the bathroom. So, or even let them go or play or whatever. We have room on this site to do that. And we wanted to make more green space than just stacking a bunch of 3-story side by side. The 4 stories, the 45 feet, when I look around there, there's some other commercial buildings that are 3-story, but they're gabled up to where they're close to 45 feet. So when we say that we're going to do 4-story and 45 feet, we're not going to be much higher than, or even higher than, a lot of the 3-story buildings that are around that area. And when you look at the houses above, Cody, they surveyed it, and we showed it on one of our plans. The property, and they're looking over the top of us. So that's one of the, a couple of reasons why we went with the 45. To change usage, I'm not sure what would work in there. Convenience store type stuff. We're going to compete with Town Pump across the street. I'm not in a position to do that. We are trying to do amenities for our project. We've got a great pool system, a common area that will be different than anything in town. On our 3rd phase, we're putting a full-size gymnasium in, where it's we have full court basketball indoors. So we're providing amenities for our tenants. But as far as commercial use there, I don't see, unless someone throws something at me, anything that's not already there. There's property across the street that's been for sale for a long time. Nobody's jumped on that opportunity. I don't know if I want to put something on this property and compete with the people that are actually there now. The coffee shop would be a big one. We've got the biggest coffee franchise in the world. We got Town Pump. We've got a restaurant. I don't know what other types of commercial uses that you may have in mind, but those were kind of the ones that we looked at originally and just said, we really can't compete. And then one other thing that Bob, the traffic engineer, had told me is the one thing that really can cause traffic increase is a commercial spot. So that if we're talking about traffic, it's his opinion that the commercial is going to increase the traffic. So there's a couple reasons.
Great, thanks for that answer, Mr. Morgan. Sean, I'm going to give you the floor to ask a question here. You've got some more questions.
Great, thank you, Vince. And I think this is primarily for the developer. I've got 2 questions. One of them is, I'm curious if the overall plan is for like the big tall units, single dwelling, if that's the whole plan, or if, I heard you just talking about different phases, if there is some other phases that will bring in some different type of, dwellings. And then my other question is I'm curious if you guys have spoken with Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and, tried to work with them or address any of their concerns. Because it stood out in my mind to hear them say that, they were considering moving, with this development in mind. And I don't necessarily want that to weigh on my opinion, but that did stand out to me. And I'm curious if you guys have had a chance to talk with them to address that, that issue.
First, apologize. My name is Ken Alt. I'm the owner of the property. I have KJA Development LLC. So to answer your question, it is funny for me to hear them say that as well. When they were given that property, they moved in right behind apartment complex. And now apartments are not good. I don't understand why they would say that. But to have a conversation with them, I'm open to having that conversation to find out really what if they really have an issue. I don't see an issue there, but I'll be willing to sit down with them for sure if that's what needs to be done, and talk with them and see what their concerns are. But I know that when they came in and asked for their zoning change, they moved in right next door to an apartment complex. So I don't know why mine's any different than that. Our building's not going to, by standing there looking at it, they're not going to be any higher than their building. We're not going to, I heard some wording of we're going to be shadowing neighbors. The houses up on the hill will never get that high. I mean, I'd like to go that high, but I don't think that 4 stories is not going to take us up there. So we're not going to be shadowing anybody out of the view or anything like that. So.
And then just could you address like the overall plan, if you have one, like whether or not this is going to be, straight up single dwelling, 4 stories, the whole lot, or if there's some other like different ideas like running around?
Right now it's all apartments. There's space, there's that's down the road. I don't know if there's any more space to do anything else, but we're mainly looking at this for multifamily apartment.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate you, Ken.
Okay, I have a question. Dave, it was mentioned at some point, I believe in the staff report, that transportation improvements could be required as part of the building permit process. Would those same improvements be allowed to be requested in the current zoning without the rezone?
Yes. Yes, they would.
Okay. And the next question is about parks. I thought it was a good point by one of the speakers tonight that there really is a dearth of parks in the area, which is a little bit ironic given how close Grant Creek is to wild areas and skiing and the like. But how does staff feel about that? And is there a plan for providing parks, or how unusual is it to have so many people, up to now 1,500 people in the neighborhood without a significant city park?
Well, a few thoughts. So there is a Grant Creek Trail, although there are some limitations there. The developer would be required in any multifamily development. The developer is required to set aside 20% of the site for activity area, which can include a lot of different things. It can, typically it can be parkland. It could be gymnasium. It could be pool facilities. It could even be balconies on apartments. So there are, it's a pretty flexible standard, but there's a certain amount of green space that's, would be very likely to be developed if the multifamily that Mr. Rowlett was talking about occurs. There in the North Hills Trail, there's a trailhead being built. I'm pretty new with the city, so don't maybe have all the history or all the details down, but North Hills area, very close by, right at the snowball parking area, I think they're developing a trailhead there and trail system super close to this. Neil Miner from the City Parks Department did comment on this project, and basically said that the park system, closest parks. Let's see, he has a few comments. It's on page 10 of your staff report. He says parkland level of service. Nearest public neighborhood park is over 1 mile away, Pleasant View and Redfern Parks, respectively. As such, the park and recreational needs due to new residential development at any density will not be adequately served by existing parks. And so, yeah, I'd say that's an issue. I don't know if there's a plan to create new parks in the immediate vicinity. I think that may be a weakness, I guess is how I'd put it.
Thanks, Dave. And Aaron, I have a question for you kind of on a related note. It sounded like there are some plans to potentially improve access biking and walking transportation options to this area. Did I hear that correctly? And if that's the case, would those plans be likely to move forward whether or not this rezone occurs, or would the rezone make them more important to happen? Would it make them rise on the priority list?
That's a good question. I think anytime you have an intensity of use, that you're going to create more demand for those kinds of transportation facilities. Whether the rezone itself would increase the priority of those projects is really hard to say. Part of me is inclined to say possibly yes, because you're going to have more potential trips. But I think it's also going to, again, so much of what drives that is the other context, like what's going on. Would those transportation investments actually create connections between housing and employment, or would we actually be creating connections that people are going to use for trips? Some of those projects I think are going to move forward regardless, because they're important regional connections. So a good example is the trail from kind of the north side up through the North Reserve Scott Street Master Plan area, connecting to the I-90 Grand Creek Road interchange, and then figuring out how that trail connection safely gets through those intersections. We've started kind of looking at that with the project MDT is working on, and making sure we're at least laying the groundwork for how we would do that. If we're not necessarily getting that improvement as part of that project, but so that's going to be a high priority of that urban renewal district. As property to the south maybe redevelops, and there's an opportunity to get trail connections along Grant Creek, I think that is another high priority that we'll work on. So those are a couple of projects that I think are on the horizon. It's hard to know when they'll happen. I don't know that the rezone in and of itself in the next 4 to 5 years are going to shift the needle on how quickly those projects happen. It's going to be more dependent on the funding and the redevelopment of those other properties is more likely to shift how quickly those things happen.
Okay. Thanks, Aaron. All right, I have a final series of questions, after which I believe Sean will ask a question, and Josh. But my question is, this seems, if I remember correctly, this is really one of the first times, it's not the only time I've heard a case for a rezone where it's been described by staff as not completely fulfilling all the goals of the growth policy. And I understand that it is definitely probably the case, as Dave said, in a lot of more situations where it is a subjective review process, but it seemed to be pretty prominent in the staff report. And it occurred to me that it's strange in some ways to take the fact that this rezone request doesn't completely compatible with a lot of the elements of the growth policy, combined with the fact that there was overwhelming neighborhood opposition to this. Those two facts are tough to reconcile with the fact that this property is very clearly in the land use map, the future land use map. And so it has had me thinking, like, what is this map and how is it created? And why is there such a disconnect between what's in the map and what the neighborhood thinks and the goals in the policy? And Dave, I know you haven't been at the city for a long time, so it might be difficult for you to answer, but in general, I'm trying to understand this land use map, which it keeps coming up from time to time. How much to weight this map and what might occur in the map. And we don't really know too much about, or I don't personally, how it was created and how to weight that, the map.
Well, I can address that. So I've worked on probably a dozen growth policies in my career in Montana. And I would say that the future, in my opinion, as a professional planner, future land use map is the most important element of a growth policy, because it is intended to be a representation, a graphic representation of the goals, objectives, and policies, particularly with regard to land use, but also with regard to transportation and natural resources and public facilities and the other elements economic development, housing, other elements that the growth policy contains, and puts, basically it's where the rubber hits the road in a growth policy, in my opinion. It shows where different types of development are planned. And so, so I think it's critical. With that said, it's not the only piece of the growth policy. This is where it gets kind of subjective and it gets a little, planning's a little squirrely. It's not formulaic, as I said earlier. And so I think it's the most important piece of the growth policy, but it's not the only piece. And it's your job. It's the job of, it's my job, it's your job, it's the job of the governing body to try to weigh all these different things, the future land use map and the different elements, the goals, policies, objectives, the growth policy, and try to come up with a decision. And at the end of the day, it's does the proposed zoning amendment, the request, comply with the criteria that you have? And again, I know it's a fairly subjective review, and the growth policy is a very critical element. That's why the staff report spends so much time on it. But I think, again, just to answer your question, the future land use map is really critical. I recognize that there's a lot of public comment and opposition, and several well thought out, and thoughtful, insightful, smart issues. It's just, again, in my experience, any significant project, any major project is going to comply with many of the goals and objectives, and it's not going to comply with others. And it's just kind of the way it's going to be. It's maybe we just haven't seen a lot of these lately. I'm not sure. Like I said, I haven't worked for the city for 6 months yet. So, but you're going to see some more of these situations where it's a tough call, and it was a tough call for me. But my recommendation speaks for itself.
Thank you, Dave. Sean, do you have a question, or was that a holdover from before?
No, I got one quick question. Does anybody have an idea of how tall the apartment complexes are there adjacent to this land, south of the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, north of Expo Parkway there? I'm just curious, how tall are those apartment complexes? Anybody know?
Well, I don't know.
I can get close without measuring. They're 2-story with the gable roof on them, fairly steep pitch. So we're gonna probably say 25, 26, 7 feet.
Okay, thank you.
John, I got a message from a member of the public that said that the apartments are 2 stories tall. Okay, Josh, do you have a question?
Yes, it's a question and a request for clarification. Is it the case that the most southerly parcel with this zoning request, that the residential density allowed will not change?
I don't think that's quite accurate. Okay. The zoning parameters, so in both the RM 135 and the RM 145, they have the exact same standards. So each requires the minimum parcel area per unit is 1,000 square feet in both of those. So you have to have at least 1,000 square feet per unit. But the difference is the RM 135, the maximum height is 35 feet. The RM 145, the maximum height is 45 feet. And so, as long as if the developer can meet, I don't know exactly what the difference would be. I haven't, looked at calculations for spaces and the roads and things like that. But I think it's fair to say that the developer's asking for the 45-foot height in order to increase the density, if that's what you're getting at.
So density could be increased on the most southerly parcel.
Yes, that's my belief.
Can I comment on that, please? This is Mike Morgan. It's not really, I don't agree with that. It's not that we're getting increased density. What it allows is to leave more open space rather than taking all the land up to meet that density. We can meet density in 3 stories, but we just can't use the land as well. We don't have as much open space left. So most of that front parcel right now is zoned commercial and B2. Commercial allows 110 feet of height limit. What we're really trying to say here is we're not trying to go 110 feet high. We're trying to go 45 feet, which really is consistent with what with the growth policy, what it's saying, community commercial, high density residential, 45 is reasonable. And there's a lot of buffer between this, where we can build and the surrounding properties. There's a power line easement between the property to the east and to the north. Of course, there's a natural terrain there that will keep us well buffered from that area. And to the north again, that bench is above a height limit of 45 feet. So we wouldn't be creating any impact in that regard. But to say that RM145 or RM135, one of that RM145 each more density, that's really not true. I understand Dave's point that you can get more units perhaps on per square feet of land because you can go higher, but not overall density increase. That's not quite true.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, take a final call for questions from planning board members. You can just speak if you have a question, or we'll use the chat function. If there are no questions, I'd like to get a motion from a planning board member.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you.
Neva?
Neva, you're my favorite person tonight.
We have a comment, Neva, if you could hold, we have a comment from Karen. Karen, you trying to communicate something? No, okay. Neva, my apologies. Please continue. Oh, you're muted.
Okay. I would like to make a motion that we recommend against the adoption of an ordinance to rezone government lot 4 and portion B of COS 4831 and amended track A of COS 3750 and portion C of COS 4831 and portion A of Commerce Center Phase 2 amended in Section 5, Township 13 North, Range 19 West from R5.4 residential, RM 135 residential multi-dwelling, B2 community, B22 community business, and C14 neighborhood commercial to RM 145 residential multi-dwelling based on the findings of fact in the staff report and based on the extensive comment of the public in both written and oral testimony, as well as the record tonight. And if someone would make a second, I would like to make some comments for the record. And if
I'll second that.
Who was that?
Great, so we've got a motion from Neva. Thank you for making it through the whole motion and also adding the justification at the end. And a second from Shane. Okay, so at this point, we can open the floor for discussion from planning board members.
Would you mind if I just explain my motion or my feeling for that?
Please kick us off, Neva, please.
Okay, thank you. Dave, would you mind putting that slide back up again, please? This is my 5th or so year on the planning board, and I realize that these decisions really, we need to stay close to what the criteria are for the particular decision we're being asked to make. And so I would like to give my comments on several of these things to explain why I think we should reject this proposal. First off, with respect to the growth policy, and as Dave points out, Mr. de Grand Prix points out, it must substantially comply with with the growth policy. I was involved in the development of the growth policy through several focus groups and through the steering committee, and then was among, when I first joined the planning board, I was among the planning board that voted it into existence. So I have quite a bit of familiarity with it, and and it's often that we get into a situation where we're asked to choose somehow between housing and all our other values. And the way we avoid these painful conflicts is through planning and design, which is what we're doing in the Mullen area plan, which is just south of this area. So to me, this proposal, no offense to the developers, but it represents exactly what we should not be doing. When we passed the growth policy for the city and we passed the land use designations, the city has never undergone a process of taking those land use designations and zoning the city to match that. So it's not really fair to come in, and say, oh, well, in this case, it really meets our goals, when we're not doing that at a larger level. And we're trying to do that in the Mullen area, and that's not happening in this case. Okay, I'll be quick. I know there's a lot, but I do want to get some of these things on the record because I believe that this is going to be a challenging decision for people going ahead. So I understand that housing is a real concern in our community. It's one of the things that we think about with respect to public health and safety and character and many other things in the interest of our whole. But increasing numbers of units in and of itself will not be the thing that addresses our housing problem, and certainly not by doing it in a way that doesn't incorporate the concerns of the community, which have been clearly stated to be in opposition. In addition, transportation has been discussed tonight in a lot, and the main point I want to make about it is that Dave DeGrampe said, well, it's a question of, is the zoning come first, the zoning change, and then you fit the transportation to the zoning change, or vice versa? Well, we know the answer to that. The answer is we have to consider transportation, and that is not very well planned for here, in my opinion. And so therefore it has to be a consideration in this request. There are a couple other quick points. We really need to restore Grant Creek and think about this whole area in connection to the area that we're planning for in the Mullen area. How can we move wildlife through this, these creek riparian zones, across the highway and so on. I mean, it's so challenging. And the way we get there is through planning and design, and doing the kind of thinking that we're doing in the Mullen area. The wildfire issues, my last point here, is that the wildfire issues need to be addressed also through planning. That is not the responsibility in this particular request, I don't think, because these people will be able to get out really quickly and they're not going to prevent you from getting out. So that needs to be addressed as a larger problem in our urban interface. I appreciate the efforts that went into this project, but I will be voting no for the reasons I've stated above and for the compelling reasons that have been presented tonight. Thank you. I'm sorry to go on too long, but.
Well, thank you very much, Nita. Caroline, you're next.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Neva. I agree with many of the comments you just made. But first want to mention that I really appreciated Aaron's comments about equity and having all of our neighborhoods do their part at the beginning of this meeting. And just want to say that regardless of the vote and how it goes today, I don't think we can condone the anti-density comments that we received in bulk prior to this meeting. They really brought up a very troubled anti-housing history in our country that sort of reiterate really harmful tropes about renters and who rents and what comes with density. So just as a preface, I have felt torn with this decision. If the land is developed as currently zoned, I feel like that is a missed opportunity for more units, and it's going to be harder to create the demand that would bring those bike and ped and bus infrastructure that is really important. But at the same time, it feels like we are locking ourselves into many years of likely single occupancy vehicle trips before those infrastructure improvements can come. And as Neva said, we are forced often to think of it as a binary between housing and everything else. And the growth policy is about so much more than that. We need to be holding other very urgent concerns like climate change. It's one of the guiding principles in the growth policy that government decision-making should consider the impacts of climate change and the adaptation needed in all of our policy and regulatory decisions. So that being said, I think the transportation impacts, even if we had the traffic capacity on our roadways to accommodate all of those vehicles, that is a lot of vehicle emissions. And right now, transportation is the leading sector in terms of emissions in our community. It's 37% of our community's emissions. And so I just feel like we don't have time to wait in terms of reducing those emissions, and it would be really difficult to lock ourselves into those for the next several years before those infrastructure improvements can come. So because of those reasons, I'll also be voting no.
Thank you, Caroline.
Actually, does that mean,
sorry, Neva. Yes, voting yes to your
yes
motion
is the rejection of the motion.
That's an important clarification. Okay, so.
Yes is a rejection of the staff recommendation.
Yes, the motion on the floor is to deny the rezone request. So voting for the motion is to deny the request. So next up is Josh.
I guess I just had an additional question. Is there any way to, I mean, it doesn't have to do with the motion on the table, so can that we discuss, additional question or not, Vince?
Yeah, absolutely, Josh. Go for it.
I guess, I feel torn as well, like Caroline and Neva expressed. Could there be a middle ground where we approve the increased, I guess not increased density, but the new zoning designation for the southerly parcel and leave the northerly parcel? Is that not an option? It just seems like the impact from that would be a lot less significant.
So I mean, I think we'll let Dave weigh in on this if he's able to, but just to be clear, whether or not it's possible, yeah, we actually have a motion on the floor right now that needs to be voted on before anything else happens. So, but perhaps Dave's answer will help shape your views on the motion as well. Right. Dave?
Yeah, if you don't mind, let me just look up Title 20. My initial impression is the answer is no, that it's either up or a down vote. The applicant has applied for a particular zoning designation across the entire property, and it's a yes or a no situation. Although Title 20 is not quite as cut and dry as that. So actually, I'm getting pretty close here.
Dave, we still have a split zone situation, wouldn't you?
Say that again, Vince?
Wouldn't you still have a split zone situation if you change the zoning on the southern half since it's different from the first half? Or?
Well, you could, theoretically, you could realign the zoning to match parcel boundaries. just a second, please. I'm almost there. And I'll try to share the screen as well. All right, I'm going to share the screen now.
I'm not seeing your presentation, Dave.
Coming up.
Now I see it.
Okay, so if you can see right here, hearing and recommendation planning board. So it says the planning board must hold a public hearing on each proposed amendment. Following the close of the hearing, the planning board must act by simple majority vote to recommend that the proposed amendment be approved, approved with modification, denied, or continued for further consideration. So the part that has me scratching my head is the approved with modification. I've never seen that before in a zone change. It's typically an up or down vote. So I guess, I mean, theoretically, you can recommend that a different zoning be approved on the different properties if you chose to.
I can see that. I mean, maybe the way it could work, Josh, is if you wanted to propose an amendment to the motion, essentially an addendum, to also recommend what you were thinking, we could vote on that separately if that was what you'd want to do.
Well, yeah, no, I think I wanted to understand if it was an option, you know, because obviously we're torn here. Missoula is a community that needs more housing, needs more multifamily housing. You know, I share the residents' concern that maybe the northerly parcel isn't, you know, a perfect fit or the best fit for the proposed new zoning designation, but that southerly parcel seems to me to be a better fit. And, you know, I don't know how, if that's significant to the developer's plans, if we could get that done or not. But it just occurred to me as something that may be worth exploring or talking about.
Yeah, thank you.
10:30, but you know, I think it's, you know, our responsibility to explore, you know, what options that we have.
Yeah, I mean, I think Josh, as a general, I mean, I understand where you're coming from on this issue, and you know, as a general matter, I mean, I think in some of the more complex and controversial cases I've been involved with on the planning board, we have actually had pretty lengthy and involved motions that have made recommendations along these lines. You know, Dave brought up Title 20. You know, I don't think this is something that City Council could do when they're considering a request for a rezone necessarily, but you know, we are an advisory board, so I think to the extent that our recommendations are taken under consideration, something like this, if it was the will of the board, I think would be useful. So. Stephanie, you were up next, or we can come back to you, Josh, if you do decide you want to make an amendment along those lines.
Yeah, I'll think about it for a second.
Yeah,
if that's okay.
Great. Stephanie.
Okay, thanks. So I want to make a couple quick comments and mostly speak to equity. But before that, I just wanted to remind everybody, one thing that I've learned through my time here on the planning board has been that we can only consider the zoning designation. So you can't consider with this decision what it actually is going to look like. I just want to remind us that staff reminded us of that we can't really like mind, okay, how tall are they going to be, or where are you going to put the dog park, or the things like that. It's really, is this zoning appropriate for this spot here? So that's just something I find helpful to keep in mind. I appreciate everybody who came out from the public to speak to this. It also made me pause again, because I in my time on the planning board, I've noticed that there are some neighborhoods where we hear a lot from the public, and there's other neighborhoods where we don't hear a lot from the public. And I know that there's a lot of reasons for that. Part of it is passion, part of its connection to place, wonderful things we value in our community. But the fact of the matter is part of it is also ability and means and time. Whether or not people have the ability to take time at the end of the night and do something like this. So I thank the people who did come out. And I want to sort of just comment on the idea that there's no perfect spot. There aren't. And I really appreciate Aaron Pian speaking to that. This spot, it's not a perfect spot, but also, and honestly, I've been going back and forth on this, but in my neighborhood, the last few rezones we've had to deal with, when those rezones happened, people got kicked out of their trailers and got removed from their land, the land that they were living on. This is a gravel pit that's behind the Motel 6 and the Cracker Barrel. And while I really appreciate the concerns, I guess I do see this kind of housing as being something that's generally affordable. It's high density apartment complexes that are next to the highway. And I think that if we have to put in high density buildings, which we do, and that's going to also help us with our climate change goals, with generally community living goals, I'd rather see this happen than see people get kicked out of trailers. I'd rather see this happen than see agricultural land that's valuable. I mean, another thing that happened in my neighborhood was that this beloved community garden got taken away. This, again, it's a gravel pit. And so for me, the balance right now is weighing out to say that I'm going to vote against the recommendation to vote against this.
David, would you like to take the floor? You're still muted.
Order to unmute. There we go.
All right, there you go.
Great.
Thank you. So, yeah, this is quite a challenge, and certainly my first time to try to help and contribute to this, and reading the staff report and listening to the comments, well-researched comments on that. I really support where Neva and Caroline were going in terms of this is not the place now for this density at this time. Notwithstanding some pleas by Aaron about, any place is a better place or any place is a good place. I don't believe in that. If that's a concept the city wants to follow about finding nodes and intensifying nodes, fine. This is not one of them. Midtown Brooks, for instance, is one of those places that's been identified by the city to intensify and put some investment into. I support that. This is not one of them. So this doesn't work. I want to also mention that certain findings, I think cannot be made, like finding 13 about focus on the urban core. This is not it. 2.5 miles from this does not make it in the urban core. I'm sorry, just don't believe in that. And finding 15 about livability, finding 16 about other than transportation. I mean, there's no other systems other than, and 18 about housing goals. None of them have been met in my personal opinion. In addition, I would like to submit that the conclusions of law on page 7 and 8 are not complete. They do not support this. Whether or not it's a gravel pit now, we have to look forward as to what it's going to be. If it's going to be housing, is this the proper zoning for this site and this place? And I would recommend it's not, and therefore I would support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Sean, would you like to speak?
I'd like to comment if I might.
Sure, Peter. I think we have Sean up next if he still would like to talk, and then you would be after him.
Sorry, Peter. So I just wanted to echo some of what Stephanie had to say, and just expressing the appreciation of the public coming out and taking the time and effort to use this platform. I mean, I recognize when we're in city council chambers that it's difficult for people, and that this is even more difficult. And so I just wanted to get that, you know, on the record, and just an appreciation of the community coming out, and, you know, whether or not there's any of them sticking with us still far, that doesn't matter. And the same thing for Kent and his team there, you know, just being here and sticking through this and working through this platform. I, for one, appreciate that. You know, I haven't been on this board for a long time, but this is definitely the toughest decision that I've had to make. Typically, it's much easier for me. And I am really torn by this. I see this development as a pretty good idea for a pretty good spot. But I'm also hearing some of my seniors who know more about this, and, you know, like Dave's comments, David Loomis's comments, you know, spoke to me as far as like, maybe this isn't quite the right fit. And I'm, you know, like, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to fall on this yet, but I just wanted to encourage Kent and his team, you know, the developers, that no matter how this vote falls, don't give up on this project necessarily, and to reach out to this community, the Grant Creek community, to reach out to Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and see what can be done to move this forward, because this is what we need. This is exactly what we need. And I really appreciated Kent's comments about why they were looking at this 45-foot height, that they recognized that with their other housing units, that their pets, you know, tenants' pets weren't able to go outside. There was no grassy area for them. You know, they're thinking about their tenants, and that says something. And, you know, I, for one, appreciate that, and hope that, you know, no matter how this vote goes, that they won't necessarily get discouraged, that they'll see this as just, you know, one of those roadblocks that you got to work through. I know it's laborious and cost consumptive to deal with government. But in my opinion, this is good government, and this is the type of pushback that you get in order to create good development and good communities. And so I just basically have those comments. Appreciate the time. Peter, it's all you, buddy.
Thanks. I really resonate with what Carolyn said, and I'm trying to be pragmatic and not let the considerations of rent versus ownership taint my decision too much. But I basically come down in opposition to the motion. I would rather see this complex built than not built. I think it's a gravel pit is a great alternate use. I mean, this for it. I think the transportation issues can be resolved over time. I mean, basically the Mullen Road project is the same except for the build grant that we happen to luckily get to deal with the transportation issues. And I think we can afford to be optimistic that we can find a solution to the transportation issues. I think building up a tax base in that area to support schools, the fire department, police, and all the other things that the city needs done is an important consideration to make. And though I agree that but then when it comes right down to the decision about changing the zoning, this makes sense. In many ways, it's a subtle change from what exists to what they are asking for. And I come down in support of the developers on this.
Can I ask a question? So if the zoning remains, can't they still develop? I mean, no, I don't think anybody's saying they don't want anybody to develop there. I think the question is the total numbers. And for me, that seems to require planning to think about in a larger sense. And what can we do there to, before, like, because I feel like we're often, we just get driven by the specific requests rather than, what is the logical distribution? Like, how can we get every neighborhood to quote unquote take its share? We do that by zoning and planning. And so these individual decisions end up kind of being misleading because we're not taking that big picture view, which is what we need to be doing as a planning board, I think. Sorry, I meant to just ask a question. Sorry.
I think the answer is yes. I don't know if it was a rhetorical question, Neva, but I think the answer is yes. Caroline, you're up next if you'd like to speak.
Yeah, sorry, I'll make it quick. I'm just thinking about this rezoning request in context of the growth policy. And again, as we've said, it goes both ways, but I would encourage everyone to think about what the actual day-to-day life would be like for the people living there in terms of the growth policy and the quality of life. They're 4 miles from a grocery store. They absolutely need to own a car. They don't have any destinations really that are that close. Maybe they will have more once the Mullen master plan comes into place, but we also need to think about affordability, since that was a concern raised, more holistically. Housing scholars are saying we can't think about just 30% of someone's income of what's affordable. We need to be thinking about housing and transportation. And I think the transportation costs would be pretty high and pushing it past affordability, just in response to that. And I think we've seen in other parts of the country, the suburbanization of poverty and pushing it out to the outskirts as the inner core becomes more popular. And so that's just another concern I have. I know it's not totally related to this specific rezoning request, but in all of that as context.
Great, Neva, did you want to speak again, or?
I guess one quick thing is Stephanie mentioned the mobile homes and the rezoning issues that we encountered there, and I felt the same way then. And I was thinking about that tonight too, because clearly, the public that engaged tonight are very, knowledgeable and organized, and and this is why I think it's so important for us to do this holistically, because we end up in these isolated decisions that are not helping us solve the problem. Anyway, that's my last statement. Can we call the question, or does anybody else want to talk, Steph?
Yeah, I mean, I would say I've definitely torn on this. Am I unmuted? Yeah. But I think, tonight, I think I was definitely resonated with what Stephanie's comments were about the differences in the ability of different neighborhoods to respond and come out for or against a proposal. And the fact that in some ways, this land is blank land, the impact to individual people of development here is less than it is in other areas. That being said, I really do believe that as a community, we should continue to try and fulfill the focus inward goals of our growth policy. And I feel like over time, we've been stretching this understanding of what focus inward means. And in this case, in the case of the Mullen Road area, I had the same concern about the project initially. When we look at the future land use map that was approved in the growth policy, it doesn't show the levels of density, 6,000 units west of Mullen Road. I was concerned about that, but obviously they've been putting a lot of planning into that area to figure out how we can realign city resources to make sure that that neighborhood has the parks that it needs, has the transportation infrastructure that it needs to help us continue to move our city towards our transportation goals and our livability goals. And all those things are really important to do. And so in this case, like I think Peter said, the two situations are similar. Mullen Road to here, except there's none of that planning being done. And I think there's a real gap here between the land use map and the transportation priorities in the city. It's something that at Mountain Line, we're not a department of the city, but we provide a city service or a service to the community that people often confuse with the city. But I've had a real perspective, good, really interesting perspective at Mountain Line and seeing the challenges of providing brand new service to meet growing areas. And so it's happened a few times, and it takes years and years of development for Mountain Line to provide a new transit route to a neighborhood. And so we rely on steady and constant planning to plan our resources to provide new service. And so when you're getting pulled in lots of different directions, I mean, the net result is often really discouraging. I mean, there's a high density development that was approved presumably years ago, down way down in Miller Creek. It was a low income, or I believe it's a low income, maybe housing project, maybe run by the Missoula Housing Authority. It was just built several years ago. We don't have transit routes in Miller Creek at all. And so that housing was built, and we get calls to this day, from people saying, hey, there are all these people who live down there and a lot of them don't drive cars. Why don't you have a transit route there? And we didn't plan to. It was a disconnect between the planning and the provision of services. So I feel like in this case, this would be development that would ultimately strain city resources to provide parks and transportation and transit in the future. That's where I was going with questions to Aaron about whether or not this development would be the impetus would cause new investments to be made in the area, or if they would otherwise occur. All that said, it's a really important point to note that the existing zoning still will allow significant development in the area. And I think that's a really important point for me, because in a lot of cases, when we have a rezone request in front of us, there's really no middle ground. There's approve or deny, and deny often means no development can occur. And, I'm sure, we haven't asked the developer and don't know necessarily if the existing zoning development could occur, if it could pencil out economically, but presumably, with, what was the number? In the existing zoning, they said between 494, I think it was something between 500 and 600 units in the area would be allowed at the current zoning. That's quite significant. That's the current size of the Grant Creek neighborhood. That seems, it seems like a middle ground to me, where, of course, I understand the need to build housing and not to get in the way of housing, and the history we have in this community and other communities of allowing the loudest neighborhoods to get their way. But, I think with the current zoning, if development does happen, that the Grant Creek neighborhood will certainly take its fair share of new residents. And there will ultimately still be a strain on city resources to provide parks and transit and all those things. 500 units, 600 units is nothing to sneeze at. That's a huge complex. So I think that's more appropriate. So I'm going to vote for the motion to deny the rezone request. Stephanie.
Yeah, I just have a couple comments. I really appreciate the conversation about general planning. And I think in a perfect world, that's of course where we would want to go with this. There needs to be and I will echo that voice that's calling out to our city officials to plan comprehensively and how we are reasoning so that we can match the growth map, which for this site says that it should be residential high density. And so I guess I find it sort of confusing that we're saying, imagine what these people's lives would be like, respectfully, Carolyn, when we just heard from a huge amount of the community saying, we love living here, we like this spot. And so why, when someone's living in a density-based place, is living 4 miles from a grocery store bad, when if you're living in a single family house, it's okay in that case? And I agree with you, we don't want to have food deserts. There's also, we're talking about an area that's right at the end of Reserve Street. Like there are restaurants there, we heard about the coffee shops, we heard about the restaurants. I would love it if there was less energy because that's where I take my car to get it fixed. So I guess to some extent, the sustainable transport services are not there, and that is a big gap in this. But when we look at the overall transport, it's next to I-90, it's next to infrastructure, it's next to a lot of businesses, a lot of things that I guess I still have this, I'm finding it hard to that we're saying it's not near infrastructure, and it's not near our ideal infrastructure, and that's definitely a downside to this. But there are people in our community who want to live in an area where they can get right off the highway, go right to their house, take their dog out. There is a demand for affordable housing of this nature in our community. And while we want to change those people all into people who are going to take sustainable transport and bike to work, that's going to take some change of behavior and habits. And it's going to take the transportation infrastructure, but it's also going to take people being able to afford to live in our community too. And so, I know it's a lot away, but I think in the absence of the fact that we need planning and the need for people to have housing, I still feel like it's something that on this particular case, it makes sense to allow some innovation, to allow us to keep some space in the area and build higher.
Are there any other comments or responses from planning board members? We're approaching 11. I'd like to get to a vote by that time if possible. But please, if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand or speak. Shane?
I guess I might just say, I appreciate everybody's comments. And I feel like this is a great project that I would like to see happen. I think that it's been rushed, however, and it's a little too narrowly focused on a specific area. And I think that there needs to be some broader thought about the context in which it's placed. And I will not be supporting the project. I will be supporting the motion on the floor at this time. But I would love to see it built out to its full potential, but I think it needs some other infrastructure improvements to get my vote to move that direction.
Thanks, Shane. I think we've heard from everyone. Does anyone have a final comment? If not, I'm going to call a roll call vote. So this is a last chance to speak for the record. Okay, with that, so I think we should do a roll call vote on this. I'm going to call the motion.
Okay.
Donna, could you please do that, or whoever?
The motion was made by Neva Hassanen, seconded by Shane Morrissey to recommend against the adoption of an ordinance to rezone. Peter Benson.
And for the record, Donna, do you have the end point of her motion as well for the record? For justification?
Okay, recommend against the adoption of an ordinance to rezone government lot 4 in portion B of COS 4831 and amended tract A of COS 3750 and portion C of COS 4831 and portion A of Commerce Center Phase 2 amended in Section 5, Township 13 North, Range 19 West, from R 5.4 residential, RM 1-35 residential multi-dwelling, B2-2 community business, and C14 neighborhood commercial to RM 1-5 residential multi-dwelling based on the finding of fact in the staff report.
Okay. Thank you for reading that full thing, Donna. Neva, did you have some at the end, some justification?
Yeah, so it's based on the findings in the staff report and the public comments, both written and oral, as well as the discussion among the planning board tonight.
Great, thank you. I think it'll be significant to have that justification for the motion there.
Yeah, and I realize this is a tough one for everybody, but because for all the good reasons, I want to just say I appreciate everyone's thoughtfulness. I appreciate the staff's hard work on this, and it's not an easy decision for us, but in this case, I really can't support it because like it's going to be developed anyway. Just fewer people in one spot. So anyway, that's my last comment.
Thanks, Neva. Donna, if you could continue the roll call, please.
Peter Benson.
No.
Peter Benson votes no. Sean McCoy.
Aye.
Sean McCoy votes yes. Stephanie Potts.
No.
Stephanie Potts votes no. Dave Loomis.
Yes on the motion.
Dave Loomis votes yes. Josh Schrader.
Yes.
Josh Schrader votes yes. Caroline Lauer.
Yes.
Caroline Lauer votes yes. Neva Hassanen.
Yes.
Neva Hassanen votes yes. Shane Morrissey.
Yes.
Shane Morrissey votes yes. Vince Caristo.
Yes.
Vince Caristo votes yes. Mr. Chair, we have 7 yeses, 2 noes. The recommendation
very much.
against the adoption passes.
Thank you very much. Okay. There are a few more items here that we need to go through. Item 7 is communications and special presentations. Do we have any of those from staff today? Seeing none, move to committee reports. Are there any reports from, wait, Dave, you're smiling. Did you have a?
No, thank you.
Okay. Committee reports. Peter or Neva, or any reports from the respective committees?
No, I wasn't able to go to the last transport meeting, so I don't have anything to report.
Okay.
The Urban Growth Commission meeting was canceled.
Item 9 is old business. We have no old business that I know of. We do have an item of new business tonight, which is the election of officers for the remainder of this year. As you all know, our chair, John Newman, resigned a few weeks ago. So I've been filling in as the vice chair tonight, but we need to elect the chairperson. I'd be willing to do it if no one else would like to. I'd prefer someone else to do the chair job, but I like the vice chair position. But if someone nominated me, I would accept it, but I take nominations from the floor, from whoever would like to be chair themselves or to nominate somebody else.
Well, I'd like to nominate Stephanie if she's interested in one of the other positions. President and vice president is what I'm told technically.
I don't feel like I'm comfortable being a president or chair of it, just given that I don't have direct experience with it. Vince, if you'd want to take the chair position, or if there's other people interested too, but I'd be interested in the vice position, unless there's other folks who are interested in it too, including yourself, Vince.
Is anyone else interested in doing either role?
Peter and Stephanie and Vince have been on for a while. Peter, it requires extra meetings to be the president. So
I'm not interested in being the president. I would serve as the vice president as long as the president promises to do most of them.
Vince, do you really not want to do it?
No, I'd be happy to do it. It's nothing I expected to do. It definitely is more work, but yeah, I'd be happy to do it.
You're doing a great job, Vince.
Thanks, Shane.
Well, I'll nominate Vince and Vince as the president, Stephanie as the vice president, and Peter as the vice. And we're kind of lined up now.
Perfect.
That's fine with me.
Perhaps we could do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. I am chair, Stephanie is vice chair, and Peter is vice chair, for the record.
You did do a great job tonight, Vince.
Thanks, Sean. Okay, the last item before adjournment is comments from planning board members. If you have anything to say on any topic at all, this is the time.
Good job.
At the risk of not being able to shut up, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for a really great conversation. And I just so appreciate the different perspectives and deep thinking that we all bring to this role. And I just, it's great to be a part of a group like this. So thank you.
Yeah, I second that, Stephanie. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate listening to all of you tonight and everyone.
All right, take care. We'll see you soon.
Great.
Bye.
Take care, everyone. Meeting's adjourned.